Hello guys, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to our rendering workshop. This session would be our introductory session and it is actually as important as the workshop itself, so please pay attention. To introduce myself, I've been active in modeling field since 2005. I've worked on many different projects such as architectural, industrial, animations, model, production and sale, and basically so many different projects. And I've been active as an instructor for 10 years now in institutes, colleges, online classes, exclusive classes, and so on. And my main focus would be on teaching the most useful things that you might need in your field of work. So basically, for example, if I didn't talk about an item, just know that it wasn't quite necessary. You won't be needing it in the future. And by the way, I'm going to try to keep the videos and sessions as short and concise as possible. Alright, now that I've introduced myself, let's talk about our next point. When we start our workshop, at first glimpse, you might think we're going to have a simple job. You might think that we just need to set up some objects, then lighting, then specifying an angle, and we'll be done. But this is not the case at all. All the points that I'm going to give you in this several hours of course, I've actually taken 2 or 3 weeks or so of my time. During that time, I've tried gathering all the important and necessary points that makes this tutorial as beneficial as possible. For example, points such as the easiest and the fastest ways, points regarding syncing and lighting, and many other different information. And again, I've gathered all of this information for you in this mini course, which makes you believe that rendering is a simple thing to do, which is actually a mistake that most beginners make. The thing is, I had so many students that have worked on a rendering project based on a reference, and they did a good job actually. However, when I told them go ahead and create your render based on your own ideas and creativity, it didn't go well. They got stuck. To be honest, in our field of work, this is what actually matters. Having ideas, creativity. But you can't just start brainstorming out of the blue. You should start step by step. You can just start working based on a reference or a model that you find appealing or attractive. And after doing this several times, ideas would start coming to you gradually. Then and only then you can start creating your own view, for example. Some instructors would tell you that after watching their packages, you can start working as a modeler or something. This is not a thing in my opinion. You actually have a long way to go. This workshop is only a stepping stone. This is just the beginning. So far, I'm sure that you have seen some renders and views, and you might have said that, okay, this is quite good, this is quite realistic, but you couldn't possibly create them yourselves. Why? Well, because you don't know what exactly are the details that makes that render that realistic. So, in this course, I'm going to try to help you see such details. Then after that, you can watch some models and try to analyze them for yourselves, like what kind of dirt has been used here, what kind of objects we got, what objects aren't in the camera frame. You can analyze the focus of the camera and so many other details that you didn't know about before. So again, in this course, we're trying to become familiar with the details and information and points which makes a render realistic, you can say. And also let me mention this point again. If you want to work on a render, try to work based on a reference or another model first. Do not expect to just start working on a rendering project and get the best result out of it. Oh, and a very important point here, there is no such thing called a 100% realistic render. We can only try to make our renders as realistic as possible based on some conditions. Again, not 100% realistic. Let me elaborate. Let's say we got a system with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Now, based on this RAM, we are not able to work on much details here. Alright, now let's say we got another system with maybe 256 gigabytes of RAM. Now I would be able to add as much details as I want to. Now, let's say we got a huge project on our hands which needs so many different details. Or on the other hand, let's say we got a small project which doesn't really need any special detail. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that in this course, we'll be discussing some parameters that you can use to add as much details as you want to, for example, based on the importance of your projects. In other words, you can use them to add as much realism to your project as you want to. Next point is about another mistake that people would usually make. More specifically, people have this wrong idea that such courses have an already made view that they can easily just use for their own rendering projects and then publish them as their own. I mean, personally, I've seen this a lot. Many people have created a render out of a very famous view and then claim that it is 100% original. Now, whenever I've seen something like this, I've warned them that this would actually reduces the value of your work. In order to prevent such a problem, I'm not going to use a completely assembled view. I mean, we still have all the assets that we need, like all the required models, textures, details, materials, dirt, and basically whatever that we might need for our project are still there in a separate file. But they are not assembled, so that if you wanted to use this view later on, you would have to work on it yourselves. Alright guys, there are some countries that have endless resources of oil. Now, let me ask you this. Do such countries need to do whatever other countries might do to, for example, enhance their economy? Well, you might just say no, they can just rely on their oil supply to, for example, create a raise in their economy of their country. But the thing is, there is a downside to this. Such countries might face setbacks and degradations in, for example, technology advancements or basically positive productivity in the country because they are simply relying on a single source. Now, this is kind of the same in our field of work. If you only rely on your instructor to finding the best solutions for your problems, you might never search for the answers yourselves. My point here is, by searching for answers, not only you're not wasting your time, but also you will become more up-to-date, you'll develop your language usage, and basically you'll learn more. And sometimes you might even gain more than what you need. So I highly recommend you to search for the answers when you face a problem. You know, this is what I have always done. I mean, in my entire career, in 20 years. I've never taken any courses, no instructors. I relied only on self-studying and searching for the answers that I needed. It worked pretty well actually, and now I myself am an instructor. So basically, you can almost solve all of your problems by searching. It might just take more time, which as I said, it's not a bad thing. Well, you know what? Let's do something else actually. If you had any problems, search for the answers for about half an hour. Then if you didn't find anything, you can go ahead and ask your instructor. But if you did find something, you'd realize that how much that searching was actually beneficial for you. I mean, as I said, you might gain more than what you need. As our last point, I highly recommend patience. As I mentioned earlier, some of the instructors might incorrectly claim that after going through a specific course, you can start working. You know, this could simply cause false confidence. Let me tell you this actually. If you take some, for example, guitar lessons, you'd usually expect at least a year before you become a guitarist. Now, the same thing goes for rendering as well. It is an art. So if you cannot become a guitarist after going through a single course, you won't possibly be able to create beautiful renders and views after watching only a single video or a course or a package either. You should be patient, take your time, let everything happen gradually. So again, the points that you need to consider would be having purposive practices, having good references, appealing and high quality references, and at the end, you need a good correction process. More specifically, when you're done with your project, for example, your rendering process, you can do a recheck. It could be with me or your own instructor. Then after the recheck, you can take comments and feedbacks to help you understand your problems and your mistakes, and basically to help you see what you didn't see before. These a few simple steps could actually help you become more professional in any kind of artistical field that you are working in. And after some time, you'd realize how much better you have actually gotten in your field of work. Alright guys, before we start our workshop, let me talk about the system that I have right now. Also, I'm going to give you some, you can say necessary points regarding the system that you might need for such projects. First, I need to open up Task Manager, so I'm going to press Ctrl, Shift, and skip simultaneously. Also, we can do a right click somewhere and then we can find Task Manager, for example, here. Now, if I enter the Performance tab, I would see some information regarding the system. For example, I have CPU, memory, and here I got the graphic card. Now, you shouldn't really mind the type of the CPU, for example, i7, i9. I mean, for example, new versions of i7 are kind of better than previous versions of i9, but these aren't really important. So just do not care about these numbers. Now, when I was assembling my system, I could have gone with i9, but instead I went with i7 because i9 systems need more power and also more cooling system. And although at the time i9 was better, it wasn't really worth it to get a new cooling system, for example. I mean, at the time, it felt like spending extra and unnecessary money. And to be honest, I recommend you to get i7 systems because nowadays most of the softwares are actually moving towards becoming more and more graphic card oriented. And as a result, your CPU plays a much smaller part. So in fact, if you want to spend any extra money, spend it on your graphic card. Now, the next point would be regarding the generation of the version. Again, I recommend using i7. However, if you are using something like i5, it doesn't really matter. You can use that one as well. But if you want to get a new one, you can get i7. Now, as you can see, I'm using the 12th version. Right now, the 14th version is out as well. And obviously, it's always better to go with the newest version. So right now, if you want to assemble your system, go with the 13th or even 14th version. And again, if you have versions such as i8 or i9, you can use them as well without any problems. However, if you are working with very old versions such as i2 or i3, you might face some problems when it comes to, for example, installing or working with some software such as Macs. I mean, I haven't worked with them myself, but I had some students complaining about such matters. So this was another point worth discussing and considering. Now you might ask, what exactly is going to happen if we use a weaker CPU? Well, it's not a big deal, to be honest. It might take more time to create a render. That's it. Alright, now let's talk about the memory card. This is very important, and by the way, it costs less money than other parts of your system. So you can easily get a good memory card, and also if you already have a system, you can upgrade your memory. But doing so, you should pay attention to your motherboard and how much memory it actually supports. I mean, for example, it might not support more than 16 gigabytes. In such case, you can't, for example, get a 64 gigabytes of memory for such motherboard. So before getting your memory card, Google your motherboard's name and find out how much memory it exactly supports. I mean, the maximum amount. And if you lack a specialty in such field, you can just easily get help from hardware experts. Just give them the information of your system, of your PC, and based on the given information, they would give you some tips and guide you towards assembling the best system. Or for example, to upgrade your memory card, you can also give your system to an expert and they would automatically upgrade it into, right up to its peak maybe. And this is what I exactly recommend you to do. And again, it doesn't cost much. I mean, price-wise, you can get a very good memory card, or in other words, a very good RAM for a very inexpensive price compared to other parts of a system. Now, honestly, the least thing that you can do is to get a 32 gigabytes of memory card. If you're using something less than 32, for example 16 gigabytes, you would still be able to do something, but most of the things aren't really possible. Even when it comes to small projects such as creating renders for simple views. I mean, you simply won't be able to use many different items or, for example, high quality models or even displacements, because using such items actually require a good memory card. So if you don't use a strong memory card, you might face some problems such as you might be forced to create a light view. So again, you should at least require 32 gigabytes of memory. You know, honestly, I'm using 64 and I'm still facing some problems sometimes. Alright, that was it for memory. Let's discuss graphic card now. Well, first off, it is more important and also much pricier than other parts of your system. Now, for those of you who are not able to spend a lot of money on this, I recommend you getting RTX 360 or 460. And also, if you're using 350 or 450, that'll do as well. However, it won't do well when it comes to working on heavier procedures, for example, when you're working with Vantage. Now, there are two important features to any graphic cards, speed and RAM. It's kind of like having a separate RAM and CPU embedded in the graphic card. Now, your CPU points out the speed, and your memory, which is called VRAM, plays a role in controlling your procedures or, for example, heavy process in your projects. So basically, you need a graphic card with an acceptable CPU, not a high one, but you need a high RAM. Now, 350 or 450 graphic cards have an acceptable CPU. I mean, you get a good speed, but their memory or their RAM might not be enough. And they won't work for procedures such as working with Vantage or Unreal and stuff like that. And we simply face VRAM related problems. Now, you would be able to find out what kind of VRAM you actually got from here. It says dedicated GPU memory. In 350, I guess if I'm not mistaken, we have 4 gigs or higher. Okay, now if you remember, I said that it would be better to get 360 or 460 because their VRAM is usually something in between 8 to 12 gigs. I mean, for example, OC360 has 12 gigabytes of VRAM, but for 460, I'm not really sure. You can go ahead and check for yourselves. And by the way, if you're able to spend more, you can always go higher as well. For example, you can get like 370 or 470. By the way, guys, these second numbers like 50, 60, or 70, whenever they go higher, it means that you actually have a stronger graphic card. It doesn't mean that you have more VRAM though. Like in OC360, as I said, we have 12 gigs of VRAM, but in 370, we have only 8 gigs. So we got less VRAM, we got more strength though. You know, it depends on which one you actually need more speed, more strength, or more VRAM. If I'm to choose, I go with more VRAM actually because I prefer spending a little bit more time to work rather than not being able to work at all. So if I want to choose in between 360 and 370, I actually choose 360 because of more VRAM. And if you want to spend even more, you can get 80 or even 90 versions. And as you have noticed, any version actually has two sub-versions, talking about those first numbers, 3 and 4. And obviously, always the 4 versions are better. So, based on what we have talked about up to this point, you can choose the best graphic cards for your systems. You just need to take some pointers into consideration, for example, how much exactly you want to spend, or what kind of system you actually have, or what kind of system you want to have. And, well, actually, another very important point would be to avoid buying any second-handed graphic cards. Or you know what, better yet, try buying your graphic cards from a person that you actually know. I mean, for example, someone like a friend. But if you want to get them from a store, make sure that you would definitely get a warranty. And also, make sure that your graphic card would be tested at the store itself. And, well, sometimes even a graphic card might actually work pretty well or perfectly in a store, but then it crashes after only a month. This means that the graphic card has actually worked before and its main board has gone weak over the time. So overall, you should pay a lot of attention when you want to buy your graphic card. Oh, and by the way, the reason behind second-handed graphic cards crashing would be mining. More specifically, graphic cards are usually being used in such procedures, and doing so, the graphic cards would actually work at their 100% for a very long time. And as a result, their temperature would extremely be increased. And obviously, high temperature could actually, well, you can say kill any kind of hardware or piece of tech. In any case, we can say that any kind of hardware in this situation could actually face some performance problems or crash completely. So if you get a graphic card that has been used for mining, you might actually face the exact problems. Now, there are actually some ways or some tricks, you can call them, to prevent such problems. For example, miners could actually specify a particular limit for their graphic card. In such case, if someone said that a graphic card has been used for mining before, don't just run away, because the card might have been used under specific circumstances or limitations. And again, this actually goes back to how much you actually trust that person. Basically, you just need to be very cautious when you want to buy or get a second-handed graphic card. But again, if you don't want to face any of these problems, just go ahead and get a new one. I mean, basically this way you can just make sure that you won't be facing any performance issues. And also you'll have that warranty that we have discussed before. Alright everyone, after all of these points that we have mentioned in this session so far, now you should be able to acquire and assemble a good system for yourselves. But again, I don't really recommend assembling a system completely on your own. It is better to get help from some experts. And if you want to buy a laptop or a PC, first off, you need to consider your budget. I mean, how much exactly you are able to spend. And then considering that, I mean, your exact budget, you can go to, for example, a store or a website. And then in that website, you can start by searching for the laptop that you want. I mean, the brand that you want to get, like, let's say Asus, or basically any other brand that you find suitable for your work. And although I said that the budget is important, I'm not going to do the sorting in that website based on the budget. I'm going to do it based on the production date. However, if the money is the more important matter here, you can do the sorting based on your budget, and then in between the products that you'll get, you can check the newest ones to see which one has the features that you are exactly looking for in a laptop. So basically, this is something that you should go through yourselves. I mean, you can just apply some filters, and at the end, you'll stuck with only, well, maybe a single laptop or maybe 2 or 3 of them. And as our last point, most of the laptops usually have 16 gigabytes of memory card, and the new versions could support up to 64 or 128 gigabytes as well. So you can just easily get a laptop and then use the warranty to upgrade your memory card to, for example, 32. And it's not going to be something expensive. I mean, it won't cost you that much. So again, don't consider yourselves when it comes to getting a good memory card. It's quite easy. It's not expensive. Just focus on getting a good CPU and a graphic card. Alright guys, we are done with the points regarding our system. Without any further ado, let's go ahead and start our workshop. Okay guys, let's start our rendering process. But first, where do we even begin? Where we should start, where or how we can add the details, or even how much detail we exactly need. All of these questions and many more would fall under the steps that we need to take for our process. Now, I have prepared a checklist for you, and basically our entire rendering process would go through based on the steps that we have in the checklist. Okay, so let's see what are the steps. We have 5 levels or 5 steps to be more precise, and in each step we are obligated to do some specific things. After completing the first step, you can go to the next one. Alright, let me give you an overview on the whole thing. First, we need our structures. We have the main one here, then the surrounding ones in the form of boxes. Then we need other details such as ground and asphalt with their accurate dimensions in centimeters. Then we need to set up our camera and check its details such as, for example, exposure. Then we can use other things, other details such as VRay sun, and we don't really need to use a dome here just yet. Then after specifying such details, we can set the sun ray on interactive and then try controlling it a bit more to find the best lighting or shading and basically stuff like that. And just like this, the first checkbox, the first step would be completed and we can move towards the next one. In our second step, we need to work on adding the materials. Now, more precisely, the main structure should have its material here in this step, and also these areas, the ground. Adding the material could help you create a better view on the whole thing, on the main structure, on the streets that you want to use. You might even have to change up the camera angle after setting the materials. And overall, we can say that this second step, which is actually quite simple and short by the way, is all about having a little bit more realistic preview on the whole thing. Now, the third step that we need to take, the third level of adding the details, would be all about adding exterior details around your main structure, such as plants or, for example, other structures. I mean, so far the structures were schematic, as in boxes, but now they are buildings actually. This would help you specifying a better camera angle frame and also maybe even a better sun ray. Now, I recommend using a simple and default model of a tree, for example, out of the software's library, and we can set it somewhere around here out of our main frame. This way we can control the shading better. And again, because we don't really see the tree, we don't need it to be a high detailed one. Just a simple model would suffice. Alright, now in our fourth step, we can start adding more extra details, such as cars or stuff like lampposts. I mean, obviously we didn't have these in our previous steps. Then also we can add details such as motion blur to the cars, or basically any other object that might need such an effect or detail. Then you can add other details such as characters and personages. And just like this, the fourth step would be done. And at the end, in our last step, we can start adding those details that aren't really essential, but they just make our work a little bit more appealing. Now, about this step, it might take more time to be done completely compared to other steps, but after it's done, you'll have a very nice work. Now here you can add curtains, you can add glass materials, you can add the signs, or basically any other exterior object that could create a sense of realism. Also in this step, we need to work with displacements as well. This actually needs a lot of time to be done completely. That's why in our previous steps, displacement should be deactivated. I mean, we might turn it on occasionally for checking the materials, for example, but overall it is deactivated. Then also here we can add the decals as well, which are the materials that would be projected on other materials and create some sort of a layer for us. And basically anything that might not be necessary, but it could be counted as finishing touches, could be added in our fifth step. Oh, and by the way, I'm using CPU for creating my renders because this way I would be able to present more details when I want to present my end result work. This render though has been created using the graphic card, so it might be a bit different from the final renders that we have created based on this view. Alright guys, and now that we are introduced to all the steps that we need to take when we want to start our work and add the details, let's go ahead and go through all of the steps one by one and in more detail. Okay guys, this would be what we're supposed to get at the end of our first step. By the way, this step is very important because it creates your main structure, so don't rush anything. You should be patient to get that model, that preliminary basic model that you need of the main structure, which is this one by the way. Alright, now let's start at the very beginning. Let's see what's the first thing that we need to do here. I'm going to open up 3D Max. Let's assume that the viewport is completely empty. From Customize, I'm going to select Unit Setups, Metric, Centimeters. Then the same goes for System Unit Setup as well. And this number should be set on 1. And now my unit system is specified. Now, I usually use only a single viewport or maybe 2. For example, I can apply the modifications that I want in one viewport and in another check the render. Again, this is basically what I prefer. You can do whatever you like. Now, for example, here I'm going to press P and Z, then Alt and W. This would be a single viewport, but as I said, I want 2, so I can easily choose the viewport that I want from here. We can just select the viewports that we want and they would be added to the list of our viewports. I can, for example, apply it and change its dimensions as you can see. And for example, this would be its maximize mode, which we don't really use, to be honest. Instead, I usually go with this mode because I get a lot of workspace. Okay, now let's start our work by creating the streets first. I need to specify the width of the streets first, then the width of the sidewalks, and after that, their distance from the main structure. Now, as you can see, we have a street here. Let's find out what kind of dimensions we got for the street. Now to do this from utilities, I can go to the measure segment and we can check the dimensions here. More precisely, we got 48 meters by 16 meters. We got a couple of 8 meters here and also that 48 meters. Okay, so basically these would be the dimensions based on which we need to work. And if we correctly use them as reference, we can get our work to be as close as possible to the reality. I mean, for example, in reality, this road might be like this. And if you do the same, I mean, exactly the same, it might not be that eye-catching. It would appear a bit small. So for the sake of having a better appearance, you can change up the dimensions a little bit. And after all, my goal here is to show up my main structure here, not the road. Just make sure that you won't apply too much change though. I mean, it shouldn't get out of hand, simply. Okay, now somewhere in the workspace, control, right click and then select rectangle. Or you can do something else. Instead of rectangle, you can select a plane. F4 activated, remove the grids. Now we can specify the dimensions that we need. Or again, you can just simply use a rectangle instead. And then we can convert this into a edit poly to create a surface. Or Control Z, we can go back and from modifier, use edit poly. Now I know I did use conversion, but I actually recommend to use a rectangle and then modifier to create your surface. Why? Well, let me explain. If I go ahead and select a circle and try setting one in the surface, like this, and now if I go ahead and remove the edit poly here, then convert this into a spline to have other abilities such as attach. Now if I attach the circle to the edit poly, I would in fact create a circular opening in the surface. So if I use a linear base, as you can see, I would be able to do many other things later on. Alright, now back to our work. When we created our surface, we can actually use it to create our sidewalks as well. We just need to change up the dimensions and scale a little bit. And by the way, do not control the scale like this. It's better to control the scale from edit poly elements. Otherwise, when we do a right click on the scale up here, the parameters would be like this, as you can see, 100, 100, and 42. And this 42 would actually be problematic if you ever wanted to apply further modifiers. Okay, so Control Z, enter the element or select the elements and try changing the scale from here. And now if we check the scales again, we would see that all the parameters are all alright. Another way of controlling the dimensions would be from spline, then segments, and you can control the dimension through these segments as well. Okay, after creating one sidewalk, we can add another one on the other side of the road as well, and we would be done actually. Now we can start working on the main structure. We need to set up its maps and then we can set the building in its rightful place. So obviously we need a map folder in fact here. So in my project folder, and oh, by the way, if you have just started your work, this folder would be completely empty, like this for example. When you save your files, a max folder would appear here, and this is where you can create a new folder and call it maps. Now back to Max. From Customize, select Configure Project Paths, then enter the External File tab. Then you can add the folder that you have created, just like this. Now it doesn't really matter what kind of map for what kind of object. Before using them, we need to copy them in the folder first, and then we can use them in Max. Okay, now let's test the whole thing for this view here. Okay, this would be my structures folder, and here's the map folder that I have created before. Again, this is empty for you. Now open, select everything here, Control C, and then Control V. We need to replace it because I have copied this before. Okay, now let's go back, select this, and drag it in the viewport and merge. Again, obviously I've done this before, so just for the example, I'm going to rename this, and yeah, that's it. Basically, this would be what we should do for importing all of the already made models in our viewport. So again, copy the map first, drag the model in the viewport, and then merge. Okay, now we got the main structure here. The surrounding structures, as I said, should be schematic, so we need a box. We can create them like this. And yeah, now we can move on to the next part, which is setting up the camera. Now, before doing anything else, first off, we need to specify our viewpoint. Now, we need a frame here. I went with 1080 by 1350, which we usually see on Instagram for vertical images. Then the next thing that I need to do here is to go to render setups. I'm going to set this on CPU. Then in the common segment here, I'm going to go ahead and specify the dimensions manually. Then we can lock them. And we are basically done here for now. Okay, now if I go back here and activate perspective, I would guess something like this here. Now press Alt and W. Oh, and Shift and F as well to get a frame. Then we just need to look for the best view or the best angle. I guess this one would do. Yeah, I guess that'll do. Now from Create, Camera, VRay, I'm going to set this physical VRay here. Okay, now Control C. And just like this, my camera that I set here would actually be converted into my view. And now if I press P and go back, I would be able to see the camera itself as well. So this would be how you can set up a camera for the view that you want to work with. Oh, and by the way, as you can see, I'm doing the zooming process quite smoothly here. In Max, this would usually go through step by step, but to do it smoothly, you can hold Ctrl Alt on the mouse scroller. Then when you move the mouse, it'll go through smoothly like this. Okay, so I'm going to use this technique to zoom in on the angle that I want. Now let's try another way. What if I wanted to add some, for example, white effect to my lens? To do this, down here, first I need to activate FOV. Now, moving the mouse upwards would give me tele, and downwards would give me wide. And we can always do more. For example, first I'm going to add tele here, and then I'm going to zoom out. It would be something like this. And we can do it in reverse. First wide, and then zooming in. See, we got a wide view. Maybe it's better to add more actually. Right. After specifying such details, again you can use Ctrl C and specify your camera. I mean, exactly just as we have discussed a few minutes ago. Alright guys, after setting the camera, we need to go through some specific settings regarding it. I mean, before we start working on the sun ray, we need to go through some specific lighting settings first. So let's enter modify segment here. Let's see what exactly we need. Let me see here, color and exposure. Now, normally this would be set on physical exposure, and this would be set on D65. Now, first I'm going to change this to EV, exposure value, and then I'm going to change this to neutral. Now, if I set this on D65, I would get this warm colored, you can say an aura or a halo around my object, which I don't really want. So I'm going to set this on neutral to avoid having any color effects on my work. Now regarding this parameter, I mean exposure value, we should actually calculate it ourselves. I mean, for example, I've got 13.5. Now remember, the less number we get here, the more brightness we actually have in our viewport. And it works other way around as well. And yeah, that was it. So now our camera is completely set. Now Alt and W, then press C to enter this view. And then afterwards, we can start working on the sunlight. And it is actually quite easy to do so. From Create, Light, VRay, and VRay Sun. And then we can just set up a line here. And afterwards, immediately a sun would appear in our viewport. Okay, now it's time to check our render. Now, to do a check render, we need to press Shift plus Q. Or another thing that we can do up here, we can click on VRay and then select VRay VFB and you would enter here. Okay, let me close this down for now. Yes. Now I need to minimize this, and also we don't need these for now. We're going to talk about them later on, and we can actually move this out of the way. For example, something like this maybe. Alright, let's hit play. When we do this, I mean when we click on play, it'll start creating a render out of this view. like this. Now you might not have anything here because you haven't added any materials, and I want to do just that. So I'm going to stop this first and go through some settings first. Again, I need to go to the render setups. Now, first and foremost, we need to lock our viewport here. Otherwise, the viewport that we actually click on would be used for rendering. So instead, I'm just going to select this viewport first and then lock this one. Now, because I have locked this, no matter what I do here, this viewport won't be used for rendering. Alright, now next up, I want all of my colors to have a single solid color. So from VRay, Global Switches, I can find Override MTL. I can just turn this on and then activate Material Editor, press M, find an empty area in the workspace, right click, Material, VRay, MTL. Alright, now I'm gonna click here and drag it to this point, then select Instance. Now what's gonna happen is that from now on, only this material would be used for my rendering, regardless of the materials that my objects actually have. Alright, now let's go back here again and hit play one more time. And as you can see, we have only a single color now. And because we have locked our view, if I go ahead and click somewhere on this viewport, nothing would happen to our render. And yeah, that was it. Now we have our view and our render. And now we can start do, well, basically whatever we want to do. Like, for example, we can move this and go ahead and check the shading. Yeah, or basically any other thing that we might find necessary. Now, another point. If we move the sun upwards too much, we would get too much brightness here as well. The same goes in reverse as well. If we move it down, it'll get too much dark. Now, what we can do about this? We have a couple of ways here. The first way would be just to consider stuff such as the shades, the angles, or the light proportions when we are moving the sun. Again, light proportions, not the light itself. And then you can select your camera like this. And then in here, we can modify our EV. For example, let's say we got too much brightness. Let's change this to 15 to add a bit more darkness. All right, let's set this back. And for the second way, we can open up the render setups again. And then in camera segment, we can find auto exposure. Now, if we activate this, no matter what we do to the sun here, auto exposure would give you something, well, you can say standard in your rendering. However, I really wouldn't recommend using this because, for example, when the sun is down, I expect to have a darker view, but auto exposure does not allow this to happen. So, in fact, I actually recommend deactivating this and instead try setting a specific exposure for yourselves. For example, let's say I want a sundown light, and as a result, I'm going to set my exposure on something like 13.5, which might be suitable for this type of lighting. See, for example, like this. However, this is too much for the daylight. So again, basically, you should try to specify this yourselves. And by the way, when you're trying to set your sun ray, the best angles are those angles that contain both shade as well as light. Now, usually, most of the times, this angle, this sun ray would work the best. Having the sun in 45 degrees of an angle. And then in the front view, let me see, is this front? Yeah, it is. It's better to have a 45-degree angle here as well. This is how you can get both shade and light. And then, based on these angles, you can continue your work. Now, let's say, for example, you want to move the sun a little bit more downwards to add more shades. And in order to do this, I'm going to go ahead and reduce the height here. And as a result, when we reduce the height, the shades would get larger and longer. And we can easily detect this effect here. See, we have very nice shades on our building here. So for the daylight, these two angles would be the best ones in which you can set your sun. As our next point, another thing that we might need to add later on would be denoising effects. Oh, let me just tell you this one first. You might need to change the ratio of the sunlight and the sky. And actually, this is quite common, to be honest. For example, let's say the air or the sky is filled with dust and debris. And as a result, you need less sunlight. And for clear skies, we should have more sunlight. So basically what I'm trying to say here is that the intensity of the sunlight should not be set on 1. And we can change it by a reasonable and acceptable amount. To do this, again open up Render Setups. And then we need to enter Render Elements tab. And try adding these two parameters. So add, select VRay denoiser, and also VRay mix, light mix, Okay, after adding these two items or parameters, if we try getting our render again, we would find denoiser and light mix here as well. Now, denoiser is actually a very good item. It adds a lot of pace to your work, especially when you are using a single material for your render. Just wait for it for a few seconds and you'll see how much the quality has exactly been enhanced. Just like this. And now, light mix. Now, in the setup that I personally used for my view, I have set the sun on 2. And for the environment, I went with 0.8. You know, it's kind of like I'm focusing on the sunlight more to make them more appealing and attractive. And also, for the shades, I want them to be a little bit more darker, actually. Oh, and if I turn off the environment completely, I would get pitch black shadows like this. Or, for example, for the render shop that we're going to discuss later on, for the environment, I've gone with some sort of a cold color. This way, my sky would actually appear a little bit more blue. Now, obviously, you shouldn't do this in the daylight, because when we move towards sundown, the sky would turn to this orangish color. Now, sure, you might say a color contrast in between a warm colored sun and a cold colored sky might be good. It's not going to be natural though. You know, you should actually base your work on aspects such as naturalness and realism. I mean, you shouldn't create something that is completely artificial or inopposed to the nature. And yeah, this would be how we can use a light mix as well. Oh, and another important point would be, if you want to apply all of these specified setups on your view or to your scene, you can click here. And when you do so, all of the modifications and all of the setups would be applied to your objects. So, for example, if I select the sun here, the intensity is already set on 2. And if I want to apply this 2 as well, it'll change to 4. Okay, now I'm going to stop my render here to scene activated. Now we can click here. Yes. And here we go. It changed to 4. And this would be another thing that we're able to do here. Control Z, let's go back. Okay, I guess we are done discussing all of the things that we might have needed regarding the first step. I mean, the view, the units, the maps, camera, lighting system, and basically any other thing that we might have needed for this step. Let's move on to the next step. Okay guys, so let's enter the second step where we work on the materials. Now remember, this could be counted as a part of the first step, but because we don't have lighting here, we want to work on it as a separate one. Now before we start setting the materials, let me just give you a little bit of preview first. For example, we can talk about material editor first, then we can start our work. Now first off, when we press M on the keyboard, a window would pop up called material editor, this one. In this window, we have several tabs that we can use for categorizing our materials. Now right click, create new view, specify a name, and OK. Alright, let us check the tabs now. We got some floor materials here, and then view and elevation related materials, and also several general ones. Then we are also able to set groups for our materials. I mean, for example, I've got this material here. I'm going to select it, right click, and then select package. Alright, after specifying a package for my material, I'm going to go ahead and up here set a name for it as well. For example, something like an asphalt or something. And from now on, we have a group containing this specific material. And if we wanted to modify it, we can do a double click and enter this view. Then simply apply the needed modifications and then click on exit and everything would work perfectly. Alright, now let's enter the next stage of our work, which would be importing the maps. Basically, you would be presented with a folder such as this. which would contain everything that we have in our project. Now here we can find maps and materials. When we enter this file, we can find the materials that we have used or we want to use in our project. For example, flooring materials. See? For example, we want to use asphalt. And by the way, guys, if you weren't presented with such a folder, with such a file, you can just easily create your own by searching on the internet for different maps and materials on different websites. However, guys, it is better to download a package of a material, not a single one. Because if you download only a single material, you would be tempted to, or actually forced to, use only that material for your project. However, when you download a package, you'd have many different options to go with throughout your entire project. For example, you'd have different types of asphalt to use. Now, take a look at here. I have downloaded these two materials from Megascan's website. From its library, and it is completely free. However, it's a little bit complex to work with and it needs a little bit of explanation, so I'm not gonna get into it for now. So we're gonna leave this matter for our future sessions. For now, let's just go back to our work regarding the asphalt materials here. Now, as you can see, when I open the folder, I would get several maps here. I don't want to use all of them though, which is quite important. More specifically, we might need 2 or 3 of them, or you know what, maybe even just one. Like, let's say we got an object and it is set in quite of a distance. We don't really need to use, for example, displacement for it. If you don't consider this, it could indulge a lot of space from your RAM when you want to create your render. Although you got a light view, what you should do is to optimize your work step by step to avoid having a heavy render. Now, I'm going to go ahead and import all of these maps, but we might just use 2 or 3 of them, in fact. Right, now guys, I'm using the 25th version of 3D Max. In this version, I can select these maps and import them all together in my material editor. This wasn't possible in the previous versions though. No matter how many maps we would have selected, only one of them would have been imported. Alright, now we can either use Max's own map, as you can see here, it says bitmap, or we can use VRay bitmap. Now, what I recommend is definitely using VRay bitmap all the time. Alright, now we got some other points here. Let's discuss them real quick. First off, as you just saw, we are able to import several bitmaps all together at the same time, but this is not possible for VRay bitmaps. We might be able to use some scripts, but by default, no, it's not really possible. In fact, we need to use conversion. Now, why did I say it's better to use VRay bitmap instead of bitmap? To answer this question, I'm going to try to use a VRay MTL material. Might take a few seconds, wait for it. Okay, VRay MTL. Okay, now, I'm going to do another right click here. Maps, VRay normal maps. Now, if I go ahead and apply this for the bump, we would see that this might have some problems. For example, we got gamma problems here. Now, to modify it, we need to select this. Then if I click here, we would automatically enter its path. Now, down here, change automatic to override and open. And now it would be modified, but the thing is we cannot go ahead and apply this for all the materials one by one. Now in VRay bitmap, this would happen automatically. Let me set this back, open. Okay. Now let's try VRay bitmap. Okay, as I said, we need to use VRay bitmap. So instead of general map, I'm going to go with VRay bitmap now. Select. Okay, now without doing anything else, I'm going to set it for normal. Now the gamma would automatically be modified. Now guys, in such projects, we actually need to find the best and fastest way all the time. So, how we can import several VRay bitmaps simultaneously? Well, we can use conversion. Let's see. I'm going to remove this and, oh, not this one, I actually needed this one. Let's set it here instead. Now, what we need to do is up here from VRay, we can find converters. Then we can select VRay bitmap converter here. Okay, now if I go ahead and select this option, then click on convert, all of these bitmaps would be converted into VRay bitmaps. But the thing is, there's a possibility that your system might freeze. I mean, for example, as you can see, I've got so many materials here in my viewport. And now if I go ahead and use conversion here, my system might actually freeze. So in fact, I'm not going to do this for now, but if you don't have a lot of materials again, this is a technique that you can use. Just select this option and then click on convert to convert everything here into VRays. Alright, moving on, I'm going to set this to normal. And then again, I'm going to try to modify this manually like this. Over right here. Okay. Now, what's next? What I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and move it here. Then pick a color. Let's move this one here as well. Then displacement. Then we got glassiness. And at the end, move reflect to here. Now, as you can see, we have somehow sorted all of these in groups of 2. Okay? Now, how we can combine these, and in fact, what even is this? This map is called AO, which would be set on your main map multiple times. It basically contains marks such as protrusion or dent marks, or for example shadows, and it'll add them to your main maps and makes them more enhanced. Now, this being said, we don't really need to use AO here though, because we are working with asphalt as our material. You know, in reality, because of the amount of dust and debris in the air, asphalts might appear a bit brighter over the time, but this item makes everything darker, so we simply don't need it here. But you know what, let's use it for the sake of our example. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a right click here, general map, composite, select. This way we can combine 2 maps. It would give us 1 layer. I'm going to click on plus here to get 2. And by the way, the set that we got in these parts are in reverse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this to the second layer and this one to the first layer. Okay. Obviously, we would only be able to see the second layer. I'm going to set the blending mode on multiply. Let's see if this is visible. Okay, without the second layer. Yeah, we got a bit of visibility. I mean, some of the edges are getting darker. Yeah, that's it. Overall, this is what AO does for us. Now I can connect this to diffuse. Now, sometimes AO maps might add too much darkness, which we don't really want. I mean, we just need a small amount for example, when we are working with bricks. Now, if we got too much darkness, we can just easily click on composite and reduce this, for example, 100% to 50%. And now I would only get 50% of ambient occlusion or AO in my map. Okay, now the rest of the materials are actually quite easy to work with. For example, we got reflect. I don't really use reflect in asphalts. And then we also have reflect glassiness as well. Let me set this here. Okay. Again, I don't really use these in asphalts, or maybe just one of them, like this one maybe. And actually by a very small amount. Alright, now on this side of our viewport, I'm going to go ahead and find maps. Now, let me see. We got reflects and reflect glassiness. Okay. Now, there's a point regarding reflect here. It is optional. I mean, for example, because of a lot of car movements or raining, your asphalts might actually have a lot of reflection. So, reflection could actually vary based on different conditions. Now, to give you a quick demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and deactivate these 2. Then specify the reflection manually, like this. See, this is 100% of reflection. And if we activate it again, we would get something like this. It's kind of like we don't have any reflections. It works based on the settings that we have set for it before. So again, we have a couple of ways. First, we can reduce the reflection to 50%, and for the rest of it, we can use, for example, this white color, or like just 90% of it. Yeah, this might be better. 90 by 10. These proportions might work better. Okay. Now, another way is to increase the reflection that we already got here. I mean, without adding that white layer. Now, to do this, first I need to unlock this one, and then increase it to something else like a hypothetical number, okay? Like maybe 500. And as a result, we would get more reflection here. So again, instead of adding an extra layer here, we have increased the reflection that we already got. Now, let's say, for example, there is more reflection to these white lines here compared to other parts of our object, okay? So now, if I go with 20 instead of 1.6 here, the amount of reflection in both parts of our object, I mean, both white and the black parts of our object would be increased with a suitable proportion. In other words, nothing would be disarrayed. However, if I, for example, use 50% of this, it would ruin our proportion actually. Actually here, 50% here. See here, the reflection of our parts won't be increased based on each other. It would be increased completely separately. And this isn't really good if you want to create something realistic. Okay, so I'm going to set this back on 100, and for this one, something maybe like, well, 3. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's not bad at all. By the way, guys, most of the times this isn't really visible, so just don't waste any time. Just go ahead and like this, and for example, set this on 90, right? You know, I just talked about this because I wanted to make sure that you know you actually have several ways to go with here. So based on what you need, you can go ahead and choose your method, all right? Let us move on to reflect glassiness. Let's see what we can say regarding this one. First off, you shouldn't set your glassiness on something less than, well, around 0.6. Why? Because, well, your material might become non-physical, right? Well, let me go ahead and give you a quick demonstration here. I'm gonna increase this one. Okay. I think we can go higher. Let me see, like this. Okay. Now, let's reduce this one. And yeah, now, let's add glassiness to this. For example, let's start with 0.8. It's blurry. 0.7. Again, 0.6. Blurry again. Now, if I go lower, it won't be blurry anymore. I mean, in other words, we can say that it would become a little bit non-physical. So this would be the reason that I said we shouldn't go less than 0.6 or something around 0.6 actually. However, let me set this on 1. If I set a map for this, let me set this on default as well and activate this. Alright, as I was saying, if I specify a map here, this map might have some black segments, which points out that the glassiness on these areas is set on 0. This isn't something that I want. So what we should do, first off, we need to connect this to reflect glassiness and then set the glassiness on something like 50. Now, what exactly is happening here? Well, what's happening is that the glassiness, the level of glassiness of those black areas would be set on 0.5. Because in fact, we've added 50% of white color to them. So, those areas with 100% black color are now 50% black. Or in other words, instead of 0 glassiness, now we got 0.5 or 50%. Now, as I said, I don't want to go lower than 0.6, so I'm going to set this on 40%. And now I would get 30% of this and 60% of this one. Now guys, although I have indicated these amounts here, remember, nothing is absolute. You should go ahead and test these amounts for yourselves. I mean, I just wanted to help you become more familiar with the whole process. Later on, we're going to try to use these as well. But for now, let's just move on. I mean, I guess we're done with these two, actually. We have specified their proportions. Alright, let us discuss bumps and displacements. Okay, we have discussed normal here. Okay guys, one of the most famous companies that you can work with is Polygon. If you're using asphalt from their library, which I guess I'm doing the same here, this is Polygon, yeah, right. You should enter VRay normal map and activate flip green. This is basically how you can make sure that everything would work completely correctly. If you don't, you might not even understand this in your render. However, your reflections, for example, might work a little bit problematic. For example, they might be set, you can say, crooked. In other words, they won't be realistic or physical enough. And again, you might not even understand this. And yeah, I guess we are done now. We talked about gamma earlier. Yeah. Oh, and another thing, if I want to set this for an asphalt, I actually need to specify this bump map here as well. For example, something like 5 or 10%. Remember, guys, you shouldn't necessarily go with a large number here to create something realistic just because you're working with asphalt. I mean, sometimes even a low number might work better. But again, this is something that you should test yourself to get the best result. And now let's move on to displacement. We can just start our work by connecting it to displacement here. And there's a point. Well, the thing is, we don't really need to use this when we work with asphalts because we don't actually need a lot of ups and downs and wrinkles. But just for the sake of knowing what this actually does, let's say we have another material such as brake. First off, we need to connect this. Then from here, we can go ahead and specify its amount on 1. And sometimes, let's say we actually need more displacement, so we can change this to 0.1 even. Just remember, if you did do this, you actually need to activate render interactive as well. And then again, you can test different values like 1, 10, 100, and basically simultaneously check your result to find out which one works the best for you. For example, let's say 10 looks promising. You can set or choose your value from something in between 5 to 15. For 100, you can choose something from 90 to 110. Basically, you should just find the best range. Next up, some references mention that for invisible maps, you should actually increase the gamma. Now, the invisible maps here are actually these ones. I've actually tested these a lot, and the result that I've got was this matter is completely optional. I mean, this is completely based on your taste. I mean, I've actually tested different gamma levels, and what I found out was that my result was not that physical or non-physical. In other words, I've got different results, so you should actually do the same. You should test everything yourselves. For example, for this bitmap, override. And for example, let's say you actually like this result. You can go with it. Otherwise, you can set it back on what it was. Alright, enough talking about structure. Let's go ahead and try creating this asphalt ourselves. Okay? Before we start, you can use the C button on your keyboard to organize everything on your viewport like this. And we also have the H key, which is very important. It'll somehow hide the nuts that we haven't used from this list. Let's check this. I'm going to select everything here and press H. Here we go. Only the utilized nuts are visible here now. And now again press C to make everything more well organized in our viewport. And we can still do better actually. If we don't need this, we can do a double click on it. Then another click here and press C all over again. To put it in a simple way, everything appears more professional now. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and remove everything here. Right click, Material, VRay, MTL. Now let's reopen our folder. Where is it? Here, okay? As I said, let's try creating our asphalt. Now select color, normal, and also glassiness. Yeah, I'm gonna import these. Now for normal, I need to connect this to a VRay normal map. And then connect this to bump. Okay? Now this one to diffuse. And this one to glassiness. Okay, now for this one, let's try activating override. And yeah, we're done here. Let's move on to this part. For the glassiness first, I'm going to set this one on 40% maybe. Okay, and for the reflect, maybe specify a color such as this. Yeah, this might do. And I think we might need to reduce the bump. I'm going to check it later. But for now, let's just set it on 20. Now click here and press C. Oh, I'm sorry, H, then C. See, we have created our material. And how long did it take? Like maybe 2 minutes. And again, guys, this process is something that you should go through yourself. You should test everything. I mean, this is not a final setup. This is just a base. I mean, I'm still gonna check and test everything in rendering to find the best result. And now if I go to Floor tab, I would be able to see my newly created material here. Oh, and I've added this color correction so that I would be able to add more auburn or brightness to my material. Let me elaborate on this actually. See, this is quite dark, so I'm going to move this back. Now right click, map, general, color correction. Now select color correction here and set it right in between these two. Now select color correction, then advanced. And by the way, this is something that I usually go with, like I'm going to select color correction, then select advanced, and then in here, increase gamma, or maybe even reduce it. For example, I'm going to go with 1.4. Yeah, this is actually quite nice. I mean, this is quite realistic, if you ask me. All right, now that we have specified everything, let's go back to the floor tab. Okay, this changed to 1.3, but the rest of the parameters are exactly the same as what we have specified. What else? Oh, for this one, actually, I've connected this to both reflection and glassiness. So again, guys, basically, now you know the basics. You should test everything because these processes are kind of optional. Okay, guys, I don't think we have anything else to do. Let me just do a quick recheck. There might be a point regarding this one worth discussing. Let me see. So we have the same maps here again. You need to test everything. Okay, this one only has these two. There's actually a matter of displacements here, which we're going to discuss later on when we're discussing setting the materials more professionally. So let's just leave it for then. And let's just go back to our viewport and try applying the material that we've created on our model. Okay, now I just need a UVW map here to make sure that everything is completely standard. Just need to select this and from modify, specify the UVW map. Just remember, guys, UVW maps are not rectangular all the time. Let me show it to you. Now, this would actually engulf all of your objects, and, well, it might actually seem fine. It is not standard, though, because this is actually stretched out. To make it so, to make it standard, you can go ahead and use fit bitmap here. When we click on it, we would enter our folder again. We can select one of the maps, for example, this one, let's say. And what's happening here is that the dimensional proportions of that texture would be applied here. And now, the same goes as before, you just need to find the physical range and specify a value from that range, something close to it. It doesn't really need to be completely accurate. Like, let's say I want to add a bit of compression to my asphalt. So I'm going to select this, press R, and try changing up the scale a little bit. Now, why did I do this? Because it felt like I actually had less width than this. Because my main viewpoint in the main view is from the bottom. It's kind of like everything is stretched out here. So if I try closing this down a bit, I might actually reduce that stretching. And by the way, if my view was, for example, something like this, I wasn't going to do this in the first place. It is not though, and my current view is this, which made me come up with this decision. You know what, I'm going to check this with my previous and main UVW map as well. And yeah, as you can see, the dimension is completely different. Okay guys, our last point would be regarding the materials. For our sidewalks, they actually need displacement and they actually need a lot of them. Let me just show one to you. Let me show one of these renders, for example, this one. See, this is actually very good. Remember guys, such displacement would heavily engage your system. So what I'm trying to say here is that do not use them, do not apply them before reaching your final result. Because they don't actually affect your final view. They just make everything more appealing. So, in fact, you should turn your displacements completely off up until the point that you want to create your final render. And again, you have a couple of ways to go with here. Like, you can avoid using the displacement node here in the first place. Or you can use them, like you can complete your material and then open up your render setup and deactivate displacement from here. This way, you actually have them, but they are turned off. They won't affect your work. Now, sometimes you might import a model with a high level of displacement, which you actually don't know about. Then you'd start working on your render, and you'd find out that your RAM is being used drastically. Now, the thing is,
it might take a lot of time to look in between all of those models to find the problem. So to avoid such problems, go ahead and deactivate displacement from your render setup. And also, if you're working with VRay GPU, let me just find this in settings, I guess. Yeah. Again, here we have render displacements. We can turn this on or off. All right, guys, we are done here. Now we can move on to our next step. Welcome, everyone. Let's discuss our third step. Right now, we're here and we're about to enter this level. Now, in our third step, we're going to add some more details such as vegetations and surrounding buildings. There's nothing that much special about them. In our main work, which start after adding them, we're going to talk about shades, or we're going to talk about how we can modify the materials of our trees, which is very important. And it is one of the most common problems that users would usually face. And in this session, we're about to see how we can modify these materials to solve such problems. And another point would be regarding these. We're about to see how we can set these in our view, and actually what we should use for setting them. And also how we can create a lighter view. And basically, we're going to go through some other finishing touches and detailings all in this session. Okay, let's begin by adding the surrounding or exterior building. It is quite easy. I'm going to open up this folder. Let's go back. This is a folder for all of my models. And I'm going to enter Iranian models. We got 4 models of buildings here. And also there's this folder containing different maps. As we have discussed before, we should copy all of these in our map folder. And after that, we can import our buildings in our viewport. Alright, now let me unhide everything here. Okay, and these would be the surrounding buildings. Alright, now we have some points regarding the surrounding buildings. First off, they shouldn't attract attention. I mean, material-wise or model-wise, they shouldn't attract, well, not any, but a lot of attention. Yeah, it's better to say it like this. And secondly, you should set something right in front of them in the view, something like a balloon, a tree, a bird, anything that could help you reduce the attraction that they could create. I mean, I've actually seen a lot of renders that the surrounding buildings are quite more eye-catching than the main building. You know, this is basically something that you should avoid creating at all costs. So, if I go ahead and open up one of these renders, for example, this one, as you can see, the surrounding buildings are actually, well, you can say invisible. I mean, you can detect some traces of them, I mean, these white buildings, and there are some trees right in front of them as well. Nevertheless, this is actually what I mean. I mean, the most interesting or attractive thing in your view, in your render, should be your main structure, your main building. I mean, otherwise you would actually reduce the quality of your final render, all right? Now, another common problem or mistake in this matter is having an extreme level difference in between your main structure and your surrounding structures. Again, guys, not just level difference, extreme level difference. This is quite important. Like setting a 5-story building right next to a 2-story one. I mean, this won't be acceptable or even standard, to be honest. So again, what I'm trying to say here is that your buildings, all of them, should have acceptable level codes, okay? Alright, now let's go ahead and add our trees. Now, there are some questions regarding this part of our work. Like which model to add, or for example, if there was any problems with our materials, how we can apply modifications on them. And we're going to get into all of these questions step by step. All right, let's begin by adding the trees. First off, where we can find them. Well, as I mentioned before, you can easily download the models that you need. But again, this is very important. Don't download a single model. Try downloading a package instead. Now, I actually recommend using the Max Tree Company models. Let me just show you what kind of trees I'm talking about. See, these are quite nice, actually. Oh, by the way, guys, the trees that you would choose should be something familiar, something that you have seen before, or something that you actually have in your own cities. And an extremely important point here is the trees that you want to choose for an urban environment should have a green reddish color to them. Again, guys, this is extremely important. You know what? Let me just elaborate on this. Well, obviously, trees are green, right? Now, the thing is, this green color could move towards becoming bluish or reddish. Now, try picturing this. It is spring. There's this forest with a high level of humidity. Now, you take a look at the trees and you find out that not only they are green, but they are actually this phosphoric green. There's this bluish color, this brighter green color to them. Now, this doesn't mean that you got pale colors. I mean, on the contrary, the saturation is quite high. Now, let's leave this forest and go back to the city. First off, you would see that the green in the trees would somehow become a little bit more reddish. I mean, red indicates wilt and the fall season, right? I mean, that green color would become a little bit warmer, you know? Now, when we say an urban area, we are in fact talking about stuff such as lack of oxygen, lack of water, pollution. I mean, well, compared to a rural area such as, well, like a forest or something, right? Well, long story short, we can simply say that in a city, trees, for example, are not that succulent, I mean, compared to what we have in a forest. So, as a result, their green color would move towards becoming a little bit reddish. You know, this simple point alone could help you create a very beautiful view or model. Now, as I said, saturation in the forest is high. Here in an urban area is low. I mean, our green should be something less than that green color that we usually see in the trees. So, in other words, do not just select a tree here with that green reddish color that we have discussed before. You should actually set color correction as well. And then you can use the color correction to specify the saturation. For example, you can reduce it by 10 or maybe 20%. And when you do this, you'll see that your tree even become closer to a real tree that we would usually see in a city. And another important point, something that we would usually see on the trees in an urban area, is dust. Now, by adding dust to the foliage of our trees, we are in fact adding something to our trees, which in Photoshop we call output level or brightness. In other words, we add a little bit of white color to them. And by the way, this is completely different from reducing the saturation. So we need to take three factors into consideration. First, having that green reddish color. Second, having low saturation. And third, having a little bit of dust, brightness, or white color on the leaves. I mean, for example, when you have set the materials, you can set their color on something like maybe white or a light or bright gray. And then we would see a percentage. We're going to see it later on, by the way. And we can change that 100% to something like 95. And then you'll get like 5% of white color. And your result would be this beautiful, realistic tree. Now, let me see what we got here. These are max trees as well, okay? And as I said, this package actually contains many different good models. You can choose whichever you want to. For example, right now, I'm using 131 and 134. And in my opinion, these are quite nice. Yeah, I like these a lot, actually. For example, here we got this phosphoric color. And if we look a bit further, we would find this one. See, we have this reddish color in this tree. Oh, and by the way, you can choose different trees with different density. Like, for example, this one actually has more density compared to others. And then, for example, when we have sunbeams from this angle, we would get shades on this side. And this way, we would simply have even better models. Yeah, that's it. Let me see. Oh, we have some models for bushes as well, as you can see. All right, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead, select a tree, import it in my view, then apply modifications on its materials, if needs be, then create a proxy and convert it into a file simultaneously, and then that file would be added to my project's proxy folder, and this way we can avoid creating a heavy file. We would only get a shortcut of that tree. Alright, we have the plan now. Let us start. Okay, here's our file. I'm going to go ahead and import one of the models with small size or volume. The process is the same here, so it doesn't really matter which model you want to work with. Now, the thing is, I think we only got the Cornell versions here. Let me see if we got VRay. Seems like we only got the Cornell version. but we got FBX here, which is related to VRay renders. And we also have Mat LIB here. And when we open it, we would find Material Library VRay. More specifically, this is where we can find the VRay versions of our models. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back and enter the maps folder first. And then select the package, the maps that I want to work with, and copy them in my maps folder. Before we import our model. Now I'm going to enter FBX, and then I'm going to select, well, this one maybe. It doesn't have a large size. Yeah, let's go with it. Now let's go back to our viewports, and then we can either hide everything, or we can press Alt-Q to set this one as the base. Back to the folder, select the model, and drag it into the viewport. Okay, wait for the importing process to be done. Here we go. We can also set them here, for example. Right, next up, we need to select one of these models, for example, this one, and then remove the rest. Okay, now select Alt-Q. Alright, now press M to open up Materials Editor. Then enter this tab. What I want to do here is to add that material library that we've seen before here in this tab. Let's see how we can do this. First off, I need the list that we usually have in the left side. So I'm going to click here. Then if I click right up here on this item, I would find Open Material Library item, or option, I'm sorry. Now let me just close these down for the sake of having a better view, more organized view. And now open. Right, now again in here, specify the path for that material library folder. Now I want the VRay version, so select, double click, and just like this, it'll be added here. Now, if I go ahead and click on this plus, I would see that all of the trees, all of the models have their own specific library. And now let's find the one that we have actually imported. I guess here it is. Let me see. Yeah, the name is the same. Now, the only thing that I need to do here is a simple click drag. What I'm going to have here would be the sample VRay material of this model from this library. And basically, this would be how you can import your library. Now, if I zoom in on this, it's converting everything here into renders, actually. And all of these contain many different maps. And that's why my system is working a little bit slowly. To give you a quick visual aid, here it says render queue is activated. And my system won't actually work until this is done, which is about now. And by the way, if you don't want to wait for it, you can just click on this item here to stop your rendering process. I really didn't need to, because now the rendering is done and everything works smoothly, as you can see. Now, if I zoom in on this, you would see that it's not applied on anything yet, which is about right, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this on our model, on our object. See, now it is applied on our model. Okay. Now, whatever I do here would be applied on this object as well. Now, remember the factors that we have mentioned earlier. Let's go ahead and try setting them on this object, on this material here. All right, now, first off, let's see what kind of model we exactly have here. For example, this part would be for the trunk and branches. Then we got the leaves in this part. I need to activate this to convert this into a render as well. And this part, I don't really know what we have here exactly. Okay, anyway, let's work on this part instead. This might be some smaller branches. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've got the fuse here, which I actually need the most. The main work would be done on this. And the rest, I really don't need. Well, maybe just for this one, if the gamma had any problems, if we had too much darkness here, you can go ahead and make this brighter. Okay, let's begin our work. For starters, we should do something simple. Right-click, Maps, General, Color Correction. See, we don't have something new here. Now, do a double click on this, and also on this one. Now set them next to each other for better comparison. Now let us move here. First off, we need that green reddish color, okay? We actually have it here, but let's assume that we don't. We can just easily create it like this. And guys, we have a hue shift here, which has this coloring, you can say, or color, well, overlap. And basically, through this, you can somehow get a preview of the colors that you want to use, that you would create. For example, when we do this, we might not even understand what's going to happen. We can check this through this item. For example, if I move this a little bit to the left, the bottom ring would move towards right. See? Now we need to create some sort of a consistency, some sort of a suitable adoption, like that green color that we had before could move towards becoming yellow, or green yellowish colors could become reddish. So again, you can exactly predict what's going to happen to your colors. As another example, where we had reddish, yellowish, or even orangish colors, could become purple, as you can see. I mean, more precisely, I'm talking about these areas, all right? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to move this a little bit to the left, and we would get this, well, you can say pale reddish color, which actually will suffice for us. Now, the next factor was saturation. We need to reduce it, so I'm just going to do exactly that. From here, from saturation, I'm going to reduce it. See? Now remember guys, to find the best level of saturation, you actually need to use check render. I mean, you need to test this. Now honestly, this isn't that bad, I mean, for our current project. Alright, the next factor was to add a little bit of brightness. Now we have a couple of ways to do this. For example, we can increase the gamma. So from advanced, we can, for example, change this to 1.2. See, it's kind of like we've added a little bit of white color. Change it back. Now, another way is to set this color on a, well, something like a light gray maybe. And then instead of using 100% of this map, we can use, for example, let me check which one is the best. 95, about 50. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, it's working on this one. I'm sorry. I mean, we were working on the leaves, right? Now, let's check this again. 90, 100, 95. See, we got a little bit of white color now, which plays the role of dust. And basically, this would be how we can get the best result for our render. Alright, our material is modified now. I mean, from now on, we need to work with these parameters. However, we're going to do it in check render. I mean, I'm going to select this, and then in here, I'm going to press P and Z. Oh, by the way, this is very important. When we press P and Z, when we use this shortcut, we won't be using exposure, I mean camera exposure anymore. And it might be a little bit problematic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to render setup from VRay. Let me go to CPU. Now VRay. And then I'm going to activate auto exposure here, just for now actually. This way, our perspective view won't be ruined. I mean, we can prevent that. Now, up here, select VRay VFB. Then I'm going to click on play to start a interactive render here. Alright, so let me move this here. You know what, let me just move these viewports. Let me set these viewports next to each other. Now we need to enlarge this a little bit more. It didn't work. How about now? Let me move this to the right a bit, and yeah, now it worked. Okay, for example, we can use render region now to only get a render for a segment of this, and then move towards other stuff. For example, we can add a layer here. This way, we can reduce the exposure a little bit because we have too much of it right now. So I'm going to deactivate this first, and then try adding the exposure layer here. Now I've added this layer before, so I'm just going to activate it or turn it on. If I click on it, we can reduce this all the way to the point that we actually want. I mean, this way we can simply check the details a bit better. Okay, next up we can select color correction here and start editing this a bit. For example, I'm going to change gamma to 0.7. Okay, it got a little bit darker. I mean, the color got brighter, that green color, but still we got that brightness, that white color as well. Or for example, we can use hue shift here, or we can work on saturation, see? So basically, this is what I meant by saying you need to use check render or test these items. And sometimes we might even have to do this checking in an urban environment. I mean, like a city-like background. Because this way, you would actually get a better perception on your final result. I mean, if you don't do this and then import your final model in your main view at the end, some factors might actually reduce the attraction of your model. Factors such as shades or other objects' colors. And as a result, you might even have to go through all of this process all over again. So use an urban background while you're checking your render. Now there's a downside to this. When you use an urban background, your system might work a bit more slowly. Now to prevent this from happening, you can use region to only check your render for a small segment of your model. Okay, basically this is the entire process that we need to take when we want to import our vegetations like bushes and trees and then modify their materials as well. Alright, now we can start talking about how we can convert such models, I mean trees, to proxies, and this is actually quite important. Okay, now as you can see, I've added this folder here called, something export. You can name it whatever you want to. Now, this folder actually contains such models that we've just worked on. And this way, my objects won't make my views heavy. Alright, now let's go ahead, let's go back to our viewport and see how we can convert this object into a proxy. By the way, guys, let me just mention a quick point here. As you can see, I'm not able to see my material on this object. To change this, I need to select one of these maps and then up here select this option. Now, wait for it to be applied on our object. Here we go. Anyway, back to our work. Select VRay, then select the folder, and here we go. Let's see what we have here. Now, first off, our model could actually be consist of many small objects and groups. So I'm going to select this option, export all of the selected objects in a single file. This way, everything would be set in a single file. I won't be having any separate proxies. So try selecting this option all the time. Now we need to specify a path here. Let me go ahead and find my folder. Okay, here we go, here. Now, as you can see, we have some sort of a name here. You can change this, but I recommend not to do this, because later on you can use this name to find the, you can say library, for example. Okay, now we don't have any animation, so let's just move past this part. Then this item is quite important, automatically create proxies. Now this item would convert our object into a proxy and then it'll replace it with our main model. And we also won't have any problems with the materials. Now don't need this one, facing preview on 100%, okay. And for maximum, 10K will do. I guess it is quite suitable. Alright, now multi-sub activated as well because, as I said, this object might be consist of different groups and those groups might have separate materials. So using multi-sub, we can convert all of those materials into a single one. Right now we got a single material, though it doesn't hurt to leave this activated. So just do this for further precautions. Alright, I think we are all done with this tab. We can now hit OK. It might take a few seconds. Based on the volume of my object. Then after converting the object into a proxy, we can hit Alt-Q and check the render again. See, the same render as before. Well, let me just give you a quick demonstration regarding this fact as well. Here we go, the same object, the same render, and it works smoothly. Alright, now the next point is about the view that we have on the proxy objects. Obviously, we need to be able to check the entire object. We need to be able to see all the details that an object has. Now to do this, I'm going to select this and then from proxy parameters, set the preview type on show whole mesh here. And it'll immediately show me the main object. And by the way, this object is not editable. This is a proxy object. It just displays my main file. This is only a shortcut of the main file. This is better, yeah. Alright, so far so good. Let me set this back. Or we can even set this on bounding box to avoid displaying this. And well, somehow to avoid taking any space on our workspace. However, I just prefer using this one. All right, let me remove this for now. All right, now let's talk about shadows in our view. How we can set shadows on this tree. By the way, this is a default model of a tree that we have in Max. To create this, well, from create, we can select geometry, then select AEC. Then in here, you would find several different models of trees, and you can choose whichever you want to. Like, maybe this one. Click here, and here we go. All right, now these leaves here should have a standard texture, you can say. I mean, if we go ahead and set the shades like this, the shadows would have some sort of a rectangular shape to them. And this isn't really natural, you know? Now, let's see how we can prevent such problem. I'm going to press M to open up Material Editor. And I've got this material here, right? I'm going to press C to organize this a bit more, right? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select everything here and get a copy of them. Like, I'm going to use the Shift key and move them here to get a copy as well. From now on, I'm going to use this copy version, not the main version. Now, back to our viewport. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to set this on Never. Alright, and then afterwards, I'm going to use Edit Mesh here. We can't use Edit Poly for some reason. Right after adding Edit Mesh, we can add the IDs as well, but I'm quite more comfortable by using Edit Poly, so I'm going to do this as well. Alright, now select a polygon. Then here we got Material IDs. Now, this is quite easy. Select ID 1. In here we can find out which ID is for which object. Now 2 is for branches. About 3 little branches. Now 4, the leaves. Alright, and just like this, now we know what's going on here. Alright, let's go back to our material editor. We're going to work with this copy version. I'm going to activate a render as well. Remember, it might work a little bit more slowly when we activate this. Alright, let's begin. First off, for set number, I'm going to go with 4. Now, the ID that we had for the leaves was 4. So, I'm going to connect this to 4. And remember, guys, this is actually two-sided. I mean, we would have shades or shadows in both sides of the leaves. And I don't really need this, so instead I'm going to connect this to ID number 4. And again, these aren't really necessary as well. I'm not going to use them in my calculations. You can even remove this one. Let me just check first. Let me connect the objects to their IDs first. 3, okay. Now again, these are not needed here. How about up here? Okay, again, remove these ones. We just need the diffuser. Okay, now let's go ahead and apply this material to our object. Let's see if it works correctly or not. Show. No, it doesn't work correctly, it seems like. Why? Because we have a specific number of leaves here, but we applied this material on the entire model. So now let's see what we should do about this. First off, I'm going to select this, and then in here from crop, we have the same thing in standard actually. I'm going to turn this on, and then preview. Now let's check one of the leaves here, for example, maybe this one. Alright, now this is added here. Let's check the model. Yeah, this is good. You know, this is what we call an opacity map. It means that we would see the exact same thing when we get our render. And I can actually crop these as well and add them to our model so that our model would have colors as well. But because they are not set in our camera angle, I'm not going to use them. I mean, we can even remove these completely. Then specify some sort of a green orangish color for it. Then yeah, that's it. We're done. We don't also need this one. We can remove it. So basically, we've used this simple customized light material here to convert this artificial kind of model. I mean, a model with rectangular shades and shadows to something quite more natural and, well, a little bit more realistic, you can say. Now, if I go back to the step 3 view, you would be able to detect the shadows here as well, see? And the rest is quite easy now. You just need to go here, turn on interactive render, and the active models would be all of these ones that I'm specifying, the sun as well. Okay, also this. Okay, Alt and Q. Now I need a daylight camera view. And up here from VRay, again, we need to use interactive render. Now, let's set these two views next to each other. And if we take a look at the views, we would see the shades. Okay. Now I can, for example, go ahead and move this tree to move the shadows as well. Basically, I'm trying to see where's the best place for setting the shadows. And by the way, I've reduced the density of these leaves here to avoid having a very heavy shadow. But again, if needs be, I can go back to my tree setups and in here increase the density of my leaves. However, if I do this, well, I would simply get too much shadow. So I'm going to set this back on what it was, 0.2. And yeah, this is basically how you can set the shadows for an object such as a light tree. Alright guys, let's go ahead and take another look at our view. As you can see, in these areas we have some bushes as well. Let's see how we can set these objects. First off, earlier in this session, we discussed how we can import the objects or the models that we want to use. I mean, for example, objects such as these, and you can basically use these objects in any kind of project that you're working on. I mean, these are quite the same in different projects. Okay. Now, first off, if I tried converting these into proxies and then use those proxies for setting them, it might actually be quite time consuming. And also, it might be a bit difficult to apply modifications on them. So, in fact, I don't really recommend doing this. So, let's go ahead and see what is the best thing that we can do here. Alright, first off, I don't really need to see these cameras here. They are in my way, so press Shift and C. And also, I don't need the lights. So, Shift and L. Now, what else? The lines can be used here. Leave them. Let me take a look at the model from the bottom side. Okay, select these lines. Now, what I'm going to do next is to move these lines out of our model like this. Yes. Now, in the top view, press T and Z. Now, Control right click, select line. Now, press Shift and set a line. F3 activated to see what I'm exactly doing. Then, deactivate start new shape. And then, I've set lines right in the middle of these areas. Okay, just like this. And by the way, all of these lines that we've set here, all of them are connected. They are all attached. So what we can do here is to use an item called Create Chaos Scatter now. First off, it'll randomly set the bushes for us. And secondly, it'll give us some modifying options as well. Alright, let's go ahead and see how it works. We got these lines here and also these models of bushes. Let's see how we can use Create Chaos Scatter. I'm going to press Alt and W. Now let's go ahead and find the item first. Up here from this toolbar we have a tab, and in this tab we can find this item called Create Chaos Scatter. See, this is it. Alright, let me set it back here. Now select and set a scatter here. Now we got a path, an object, and a scatter. Right? Now if I select this and go to the modifier, we would see distribute on target objects. I'm gonna go ahead and click on this plus here and then select this line. Now this would be our path. Now we need to specify the object. I can click on the plus and select all of these objects. Now nothing is happening here because this item by default looks for a surface or face. So we actually need to go ahead and make this item work with a line here like this. See, now we got 4,000 and something merged up objects, and this isn't something that I really want. I mean, if you take a look at our main view, we have a couple of objects here, several objects, and they are not merged up at all. So we need to create something like this. Let's see how. It is quite easy, actually. All right, I'm going to select this and scroll down here to see what exactly we got. For example, in transformation segments, we can specify modifiers such as scale, movements, replacements, rotations, and basically stuff like that. Then we got spline scattering. In this part, we got spacing. And by increasing this, we can specify some sort of a gap or distance in between the objects. And by the way, guys, these bushes are quite rectangular. We don't need to rotate them. Like, let's take a look at here. See, there's no rotation. So I'm going to go back here and, well, deactivate the rotation. All right. Now, once again, let's work on the spacing to set these bushes next to each other in the best way possible. Now, the abilities, the options that we got here are quite nice. I mean, not compared to multi-scatter, but these are actually quite good. We're not going to discuss all of them though, because, well, most of them aren't really that necessary. We don't really use them. Let me go back up here and see what we got. Scale, for example. We might be able to change up the scale a bit. For example, from 80 to 100, or 90 to 110, or 100 is too much. We just need a bit of scale difference. Then, you know what, let's add a little bit of rotation as well, like maybe 5 or even 3 degrees. Like from -3 to 3 degrees. Yeah, a bit of rotation in these courses might actually be good. But again, guys, this isn't really necessary. I mean, you can even completely avoid adding any rotation here. And we can actually move these as well, like, for example, on the Y course, which isn't really good because they would actually move outside our boundary. However, we might be able to add a bit of movement on the X course, maybe. And the movement would be quite random, like they could move towards each other or away from each other. I mean, basically, these simple and small changes could convert your work, convert your view into a more natural one, more, you can say, eye-catching one. And now we can start setting the bushes in our view. It might just be the matter of their order, like which bush should be set first, or the second one, or the last one, and basically their order. Now, to create such setting, you need to add colors to your bushes first. And then from your scatter random here, you need to go ahead and change up the numbers that you'll get to find the best order. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how we can add colors to these bushes. Well, it's easy. Select the bush, then in here you can set a color. However, how exactly we can find out which bush has specifically which color in our view? To find this out, we can go to display here. Then in display color, we would see shaded. Then in here, we can select object color instead of material color. Now we can exactly find out which color has been used in our view. And now that we have this, we can select the scatter. Then here in modifier, we would see this option, random seed. If we change up the numbers here, we would be able to change the order of our bushes, I mean, based on their color. And this is how we can find the best order for setting our bushes in our view. All right. Now, the next thing that we can discuss would be regarding the curves that we have here. This is quite easy as well. Now, first off, I've downloaded these curves, these models from Megascans. They have a high quality, and their importing process is quite easy too. I mean, I've imported their FBX model and then specified their material. Now, although up to this point, we've kind of discussed how we can import such models. I mean, we've got an idea regarding them. Later on, when we are discussing Megascans, we're going to talk about these concepts in more detail, so don't worry about anything. I mean, to give you a preview though, these are actually separate objects. See? All of them are separate except one, which is this one, okay? Basically, I've downloaded these from Megascans library and set them all next to each other. That's it. And by the way, I've actually set a platform under them as well. I've used a rectangle, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was a plane, I don't remember exactly. It doesn't matter. Then I've set this ground material on that created platform, which again I've downloaded from Megascan's library. I mean, so basically there's nothing new. There's no new points yet to discuss, really. And again, the same goes for these models that we have in this area. Well, maybe there's a little bit of points here to discuss. I mean, it's not that complicated or important, actually. Let me open this. The model was this, in fact. And I just got a copy of it and gave it a rotation. And yeah, that's it. There's nothing more special to discuss. However, for this part, I've pressed 1. And because we need to add crosswalks here later on, I've created this deformity in the shape of our curves, which is quite simple. Let me see if I can show you. Yeah, that's it. See, this is quite simple to do. Alright, so this would be how we can create the curves for our view as well. And I think we're done. I don't think we have anything left regarding step number 3. And yeah, that is basically it. Let us move on to our 4th step. Alright everyone, welcome to our 4th step. In this stage of our work, we'll be working on importing the secondary objects. More specifically, we're going to import objects such as personage, the scar, or the spike here. What else? Lampposts can also be counted as secondary objects as well. Now, there's actually no special points in regards of importing the lampposts. However, we got some points regarding these parts, and also we have material modification to discuss as well. So let's just begin. First off, let's see how we can import a lamppost in our view. It's not something complicated actually. Now if I want to give you a pointer, let me press Alt and Q. In the main model, we actually have a VRay MTL material for this part, which would actually make your render a little bit artificial, because it has some sort of a lighting on its own, and when you turn it off in a daylight, it'll turn completely black. So what I did was converting this into a glass object and then set a light inside of it. And yeah, that would basically be it, I guess. Yeah, we have nothing else to talk about regarding this object. Just remember, we detach this part and add this glass. Well, you know what? There's actually another point regarding such objects. I mean, for denoising process, or for example, increasing the speed of your rendering process. The point is, you can select the object. Let me open up the groups. Now, for example, select this, F4 activate it. Now I can select the object and do a right click. Let me find object properties. Here we go, select. And here I'm going to deactivate cast shadow. Now by turning such shadows off, nothing in fact would stand in a way of the lights that we would set inside of these objects. In other words, we're preventing any unnecessary and unwanted calculations here. Alright, now let's see how exactly we can set such objects in our view. Let me go to this camera view here. In my opinion, it's not going to be that bad if such objects would actually take a little bit of space here. Why? Well, let me paint a picture for you actually. Imagine someone is passing from somewhere, sees a view, and takes a picture of it. Well, nothing magical would actually move these objects around so that the person would only be able to see this. So, if you think about it, it is more natural and realistic to have some extra objects in our view. And here, we're actually able to choose these extra objects to add to create the best view. And by the way, regarding these wires here, try adding them in your views using Spline and try to do this completely randomly. It's going to be quite better. So again, that's why I've added this lamppost in my view, and I did it completely intentionally. Alright everyone, now let's try working on these wires. It is quite simple. Let me just check something. Yeah, these are lines. Okay. Now, what I did here was selecting a line, and then I've set some lines, as you can see, on these poles. Now, if I press P and Z, then press 1, I would see some vertices, and we can add bezier corners here as well. And we can move these vertices downwards on the z-course to specify the form of our wires or cables. I'm actually creating the form of my cables based on my reference, and you can actually check your own references and create their form, their shape based on them. But again, this is basically the way that you can go. Okay, the next object that we can add in our view would be the personages. Let's see. Well, the importing process is, well, exactly the same as other models. I mean, we have talked about how we can import such models and how we can work on other materials in our previous sessions. However, the point that I can give you regarding personages would be the fact that if we go ahead and check our render, you would see that the personages are a little bit worn off. And this is quite natural, though. This is not a problem. However, let's say we feel that the veer is too much. Let's see how we can solve this problem. Well, it's quite simple, actually. I'm going to go to Material Editor. And in here, I'm going to pick my personages material, which would be this one. Now, the worn up object were the clothes, so let's find the material for them, which are these, I guess. Okay, we got hair here. Why do we even have hair here? Anyway, let's move on. Now, if you take a look at here, I've set the diffuser on 60%, despite the fact that it was set on 100%. Let's see what I mean here. I mean, when this was on 100%, I created my render, and the object was burned off completely. Then I started reducing this all the way to the point that the veer seemed a little bit natural, you know? So, in fact, this would be the way that you can go if you want to prevent your objects from becoming burned off in your lighting. For example, it could be a sunlight. Now, a common mistake that people might make here would be adding an exposure. Like, they would add an exposure here and turn the highlights burn off completely. You know, this isn't really acceptable in any kind of render. In my opinion, you should reduce your highlight burn to something like 0.6, 0.7, or basically something around these numbers. If you go lower, it means that your render actually has a problem. Like, let's say you got too much exposure and you're catching too much light, or actually your light is too much itself. And as a result, your objects are burned, and now you're trying to reduce that burning. To demonstrate, let's say my render is overexposed. It means that my render is too bright, like this. Now, if I reduce the exposure, all the lights in my render would be reduced, not the highlight burns. Okay, now, let's say, for example, I'm going to go ahead and set this on somewhere around, well, maybe here, right? Now, as a result of this, in some part of my render, everything seems fine. However, still in the overexposed areas, we have problems. Now, if I reduce the exposure here, my whole render would be messed up despite the fact that I only had problem with the highlight burn parts. Now, in such situation, I can reduce the highlight burn. And this would be the standard combination or usage of highlight burn and exposure. But again, as I said, this is actually a common mistake. Even instructors might make this mistake. Let's say this is your render and you go ahead and turn off highlight burn completely. This isn't natural. This isn't realistic, you know? You know what? Let me explain this in a more simple way. If you had to reduce your highlight burn to something lower than 0.6 or 0.7, you're basically doing this wrong. You have a problem. So again, set your highlight burn on somewhere around these numbers. And instead, try working on your lighting or your camera exposure. And by the way, when you modify those, you might not even have to touch your highlight burn. I mean, as I did, I don't really remember reducing my highlight burn at all. I mean, the exposure and the lighting was set quite well, so I didn't really have to change my highlight burn. Oh, and by the way, it's better to add this layer filmic tune map. And this would actually reduce your highlight burn on its own, so you don't really have to go through all of these procedures. So, at the end of the day, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that do not really mind this item here. Let me see if I have a final render here. Yeah, this is it, I guess. 1080. Okay. Take a look at here. This is set on 100%. What I have here is a layer of tone map. This is set on 0.9. And basically, this layer filmic tone map is something that I highly recommend you to use no matter what kind of render you're working on. I mean, it simply has a very nice effect on your render. Now, you know what? Let me just turn this off. When I do this, it seems like the render is a little bit unnatural, you know? But this isn't the case when I turn it on. And the only thing that we can do here would be controlling its level. For example, instead of 0.9, I'm going to set this on 0.7. It might work better. Anyway, using this item, you can control your highlight burns in a more convenient way. Okay? Now, guys, let us move on to our next object. Again, the importing process for all of these objects are the same. Let's talk about this bike. Now, we got two important parameters regarding the animation for this bike. First, the length of it, and second, the concept of camera shutter speed. Basically, there should be a consistency in between these two parameters. And also, the bike and the cars should be synced as well. Alright, let's begin our work. It is quite simple again. I'm gonna copy this bike first. Okay, now select and then delete selected animation. Then press Alt and Q. Alright, now I need to press N and move forward for like several frames, for example like 5 frames. Then again press N to create this animation. Now if I increase the distance here, I would in fact reduce the speed, and if I reduce it, the speed would get increased. And then while N is activated, if I reduce the distance here, the speed would get reduced accordingly. So the speed of our animation depends on factors such as the distance of keyframes from each other, and also how much we exactly move this in between the keyframes. Alright, now I'm going to press N to turn off auto key, and also I'm going to turn off Alt and Q as well. And now basically these objects would start moving like this. The same goes for creating animations for cars as well. However, I'm going to select this again and press Alt and Q. Alright, now Alt and W. This would be our daylight camera view. Now, by the way, why do we even have different views? Why do we even have, for example, day and night? Well, because there are a couple of differences actually. Let's see. For one thing, we have the concept of stretching or shutter speed, and then we have the concept of EV or exposure value. And obviously, in night view, we actually have a lower EV. Gonna go ahead and select the night view actually. As you can see, we have a low shutter speed. I mean, the objects are quite more stretched out. And also we have a low EV. More specifically, it's set on 10. And I've also set this vignette for it as well, which would be a dark halo setting all around our frame. This would actually be quite helpful when you want to create a night render. We're going to talk about this more later on. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and select the day view up here. I mean, more specifically, the daylight's camera view. Then I just need to create my render. Up here, VRay VFP. Let me minimize this a bit. Now move these inwards, and yeah, that's it, play. Okay, now the day camera is activated. For shutter speed here, instead of 200, I'm going to go with 50. Nothing happened. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, now we have a stretching here. So we can get that when we reduce this number, our object would be more stretched out. Then another point regarding another common mistake that people tend to make. Let's say we are creating or we are working on a daylight render. In other words, we have a lot of lights in our view, and our camera would actually catch a lot of light as well. And the thing is, if we take a picture, the shutter speed would automatically be increased in order to reduce the light that your camera would actually catch. And by increasing the shutter speed, your moving objects in your view won't actually have enough time to be stretched out. Again, all because of your shutter speed. Only the small objects would be stretched out. So again, in a day view, moving objects such as bikes, won't have a lot of time to be stretched out, and personages, which actually have a lower speed, won't be stretching at all. Actually, I've seen a lot of renders in which the personages are, well, you can say kinda or completely faded out. This isn't acceptable. So there are some physical conditions that you need to take into consideration, such as your environment and also your camera. So I'm gonna go ahead and set my shutter speed on 200, then do a refresh. And here we go. The stretching that we have for this bike here is completely standard and, well, natural. Now let's talk about the cars. Alright, select the car, Alt Q, then play. Now, the car also has been stretched out, but it is completely different from what we had in a bike. I mean, more specifically, it is stretched out more than the bike, and this is something to which we actually need to pay attention if we want to create a realistic render. Now, there's a point here that most people won't actually consider. Well, the point is, the car should be stretching, but the wheels should not be stretched out. They should be rotated. This is something that you should consider if you want to create a high-quality render. So, let me go ahead and open up this render again. Take a look at the car here. This is the correct way for stretching the wheels in the car. Alright, let's see how we can create such effect. I'm gonna move this car here and press shift to get a copy as well. Okay. Now Alt right click and delete selected animation. Now Alt and Q, and then right afterwards Alt and W. Now I'm gonna open up its group here. Let's see if all the segments, all the parts are completely separated. Okay. Seems like everything is alright here. Alright, I can select this wheel. Let me move it out for a second. You know, the bottom details, I mean, all of the bottom details in the car are not really visible, so we're just gonna work on the wheels here. Alright, first, let's do a quick regroup. The same goes for the front wheels as well. Now, what I want to do here is to do something so that it might seem that this entire model is moving. However, that's not all. I want some separate movements in these areas. Okay, let's see how we can do this. I'm going to start by pressing N and select the entire group, or the entire model, in other words. And, oh, by the way, we have a personage set in the car as well. Let me see if I can move it out. You know, funny thing here is that we're actually using the same person that we have used before for our bike model, if you remember. Alright, anyway, let's see how we can create our animation here. First off, I'm gonna set this on, well, maybe, let's say 10th frame. I mean, the car would move all the way to the 10th frame, like this. You know what, we can even increase the frames here in order to understand this even better. Right, now I'm going to select these and move all the way to 100. Let me see if we have selected these correctly. Yeah. Now, as I said before, we actually need to add a rotation to these wheels here. For example, let's say rotation by 1000 degrees. Now, let's check this. It seems like the speed of rotation is more than the car itself. So, let's reduce this by 300 degrees maybe. Now, let's check this again. See, this is better actually. I mean, more precisely, the rotation of the wheels is completely synced up with the car movement. Now I just need to close this down and we would be done. Okay, now I can go, for example, to the 0 frame here. And then press Alt and Q, Alt and W, press N to close down the animation. Now move it to this side. Then maybe check everything in check render. I mean, VRay, VFB, and play the render. Okay, let me move this view to the side. By the way, guys, the stretching level of the car is around 0 because we have set the keyframes from 0 to 100, actually. Okay, let me move this to this point. Maybe stretch it down a bit. Now, select the car here. Take a look at the keyframes that we got here. We have both red and green. It means that we have two types of movements, move and rotation. Now we can, for example, move all of these settings to the 25th frame. Now if I do a refresh, I might see a stretch here. Okay, seems like it's not that much actually. How about if I move this to frame number 2? Okay, now we have a visible stretch, as you can see. Exactly what I needed. More precisely, we have a stretch in the car for the person, and also for the wheels, we have both stretch and rotation. And this simple detail could actually create a very high quality render, quite realistic, I mean. And basically, this is how you can create a correct animation for your cars. Now, let us work on the sidewalk materials. Just remember, guys, before we start, objects closer to the camera need more details, and on the contrary, objects away from cameras need, well, less. So in fact, we don't really need to do anything special for this part, unless we ever wanted to, for example, get a close render. In such case, we can add displacement here, for example. So mostly we're going to focus on this part and transfer the settings on the other side if needs be. Okay, I'm going to press Z here and try closing in on this. And you know what? Let me select another object here to use as a base. For example, this bike. Yeah, this might do actually. I need to use displacement here and try creating the material. Now we have talked about how we can create materials completely before in our previous sessions. So for now, I'm just going to enter the floor tab and find this material. And also I'm going to get a copy of this in order to leave the main material intact. Now what I've got here is a diffuse, reflection, and a bump. Now we have talked about bump plenty before. Let's talk about the others. Now I've got this map here which was supposed to be directly connected to the diffuse. But instead it has been connected to a composite first, and then to this VRay dirt, and then finally to the diffuse. Now we don't really need this VRay dirt part, so you know what, let's actually remove it. Why not? I mean, we need it, but we don't need it for this stage of our work. We're going to talk about it later on. So let's assume that this is the entire material that we want to work with. Alright, now let's see what exactly is going on here. Now, first off, I've got an AO, and then also this would be the diffuser map. Now, we have talked about these before actually, and how we are able to combine them to create these darker marks. However, I want to add this dirt map here as well in order to add the stain marks that we would usually see on the sidewalks. You know, this is something that could add a lot of realism and naturalness to your work. And the thing is, some people might not even see them. Now, let's see how exactly we can work on these. It is quite simple, by the way. We have talked about this before, I mean, all the way up to the second layer. Now let's try selecting this and add another layer here. Now I'm going to set this dirt here on our third layer. Now let's check the result. I mean before and after adding the dirt layer. As you can see, we have some white marks on our map now. Now, after setting this, in here, instead of multiply, I'm going to select, where is it? Screen. The screen here would actually hold the white marks. I mean, more precisely, in here, we only need the dark marks, and when we go with screen, we only have the brighter marks, or the white marks. And by the way, I'm only applying 15% of this. If I would have gone with 100%, the stains or the marks would simply be too much. See? I mean, this isn't really good. So let's set this back on 15%. And by the way, the package that I've downloaded and using here is called the Mastering CGI Texture package, if I'm not mistaken. Let me try to show this to you. Let's see if I'm right. I'm gonna search for it. Well, basically, this way you can get a package of dirt maps that you can easily use for your projects. I mean, exactly like this one that I've used to create dirt or to add dirt on my sidewalks. Now, if I go ahead and turn off the third layer here, I would get a clean cut sidewalk here, which in my opinion is not that realistic, so it's better to add dirt. Okay, let's move on. And now we have this reflection map here as well. I mean, I've got an output from this map here, like map general color correction. And then I guess I have used inversion here. Let me make sure. Yeah, I have inverted this. And then right after inversion, I've connected this to reflection. Now we said that these white marks are dirt or stains. And obviously, where we have dirt, we must have less reflection, right? And in fact, this is exactly what I wanted. Now, let's put it in this way. When we say less reflection, we actually need more dark color. And if you take a look at here, the dark marks are actually specifying the areas in which we have less reflection. And in a way, these two maps are exactly opposites, so we somehow have what we wanted, right? I mean, again, we have some dirts here, and where we have the dirt, we actually have less reflection. And by the way, guys, if you take a look at here, as you can see, I've set the reflection level on 20. In other words, this doesn't have any reflection on its own, so I've added 20% of reflection to it. Now, if I set this on 100% though, I would simply get too much reflection. I mean, as you can see, this map is white, completely white, so this would turn completely reflective, which isn't something that I want. So instead, I'm going to set this on 20% to get an average amount of reflection here. Alright, we are done with specifying the structures of the materials that we might have needed here. Alright, let's see what else we are able to do here. For example, well, let's try adding displacements. The thing is, if we add displacement, our object might move upwards. Right, let's see what we can do about this problem. Now, I'm going to select this first. And then in here, we have a map, which is this one. Now, what I'm going to do is select this map and drag it and put it here. Now, this would be the displacement map of my materials that we have mentioned in our previous session. We said that we're going to talk about it later on. And this is basically it. Now, I need to connect this map to the displacement. However, let's check the render first. So I'm going to press P and set my view on something like this. This might work. Now let's apply the material. And also we can use show shaded to set this view and our viewport as well. So far so good. Let me move this out of the way and check the render. Interactive render to make it editable. Now minimize this. Now, this is actually a good material here. However, the thing is, this is a displacements material that doesn't have any displacements. So, as a result, it's being displayed too much flat. So, what I'm going to do now is adding the displacement here, and because of the sunlight angle that I'm using, well, my end result would be quite good. Let's see. Let's open up the material editor again. Okay, let me try to set all of these tabs in the best way possible and my viewport. Okay. All right, now as I said, we need to add a displacement. So let's connect this to displacement. Now let's check it here. It is set on 8. Oh, we need to turn it on actually. And now we need to do a refresh so that the displacement would be calculated as well. Alright, we have the displacement now. This is good. And as you can see, as I said before, it has moved up a bit. To solve this problem, I need to go back here. Then I need a side view on my object. Now we need to move the object upwards all the way to the point that there's no more interception between the object and the displacement. Now, this isn't very good, honestly, because during the rendering process, if you ever wanted to modify our displacement, we actually need to work on these objects all over again. So, obviously, we actually need to do something else here. We need to use something else here. That something else is called VRay displacement. Alright, let me set everything back here first. Now, I'm going to start my work by selecting the object first, and then if you take a look at here, we would see VRay displacement mode. Now, this item would automatically add a displacement to our model, and this way, we won't have to do it manually. So, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and remove this. I don't need it anymore. And now, instead of applying this or connecting this to my material, I'm going to go ahead and connect this right to this texture. Okay? Now, what's the difference though? Well, we actually have a game changer here. We have this shift. Now, right now, this shift here is set on minus 26.2. If I go ahead and change this to 0, and then try creating my render, my interactive render all over again, what's going to happen would be the exact same thing. However, there's a huge difference. If I go ahead and change my shift to a minus number, as I said, for example, minus 26.2, let's take a look at here. The displacement would be set under the bike seat. Now, we didn't set this for the bike though. Let me stop this. What we did here was selecting this, and then we've pressed Alt and Q. Then we would have seen some other parameters down here which were set on 0 from the beginning. Then in the next stage, we would have set a plane right here, just like this. And then we would hit play. Now, by the way, we're not going to see this plane in our render because it is set right under here. Alright, moving on, I'm going to select this, and then from modifier, more specifically from VRay displacement mode, I'm going to set this on minus 50. Alright, well, the plane got visible actually. Let's change this to minus 40 this time. No, how about minus 30? It's getting closer. Minus 25. Let's see. Oh, now it's too much. So, minus 26. A little bit more, minus 26.2. Okay, let's check the results. Yeah, it is completely aligned. It is completely on edge. So this is how I actually got that number. Now, I can remove this, and basically now I can make sure that none of the objects would be merged up with my displacements. Alright guys, I think we only got one more point to discuss regarding the fourth step, and honestly, it's a very interesting point. Okay, take a look at here. We have a displacement here which actually takes or uses a lot of your RAM. You know what, let me give you a visual aid through Task Manager. Alright, this would be my RAM. Now, if I scroll down here, among the sub-items that we have for VRay displacement mode, we would see edge length. Now, the higher this number would get, the lower the quality of my displacement would be. And as a result, it's not going to use a lot of my RAM anymore. And obviously, the same works in reverse. I mean, less number equals more quality, and as a result, more RAM usage. So it's not a matter of turning your displacement on or off anymore. I mean, we can easily just turn it on and still use a little bit of RAM. Alright, let's see how. I'm going to set this on 4, and what's going to happen here is that the default edge length of the VRay would be overridden. Let's take a look. I'm going to open up the render setup here for a second. Now, from settings, we can find default displacements. And in here, we can specify a value for our default edge length. However, no matter what number we set here, nothing would happen to this displacement because it should be set from the modifier, not the material. So if you set this from the material, remember you need to apply your new modifications from here. All right, let's go back here and change 4 to 100, for example. See? Immediately, my RAM usage would actually fall down. However, there's no extreme or drastic change here. Don't get me wrong, though. You can actually check these differences. Let me zoom in on this. And then go ahead and set this back on 4 again. Now, after a quick refresh, you would see that you'd actually get a lot more detail than before. And again, as a result, a lot more of your RAM is being used now. You know what? Let's try reducing this number a bit more. Hopefully, my system won't freeze. Okay, let's see how 3 works here. Refresh. Come on, you can do it. See, it went down for a second to do the calculations, and then immediately it went back up. You know what? Let's go even lower. Okay. Refresh again. Obviously, as you can see, it's affecting my RAM here. All right, it got all the way up to this point with edge length being set on 2. And obviously we have a lot more quality than before, but this isn't really necessary. Just know that instead of turning the displacement constantly on or off, you can just use this item in order to optimize your work in the best way possible. Alright guys, I hope that you have learned everything so far. We are done with our first step. Let's move on to the next one. Welcome back everyone. Let us begin the 5th stage of our work. Basically in this step, we're going to work on the objects which are not clean cuts, like there might be dirt or a problem. They are quite heavy by the way, and there are a lot of them in a view, which make it quite realistic, but they might not even be visible. And by the way, they should create a sense of randomness, like we don't even plan to set them wherever they will be set. To give you a simple explanation here, level 5 objects are the ones that removing them won't ruin your render. However, having them in your view would actually increases the quality of your work. So if you have a strong system, try using them as much as possible, but if your system is not that strong, you can actually avoid using them. Or just use some of them, like 1 or 2. By the way guys, later on in this very session, we're going to be mentioning a point regarding how we can use these objects without creating a heavy view. Alright, first off, for getting such objects, we actually need access to Megascan's library. There's actually a process which we need to take, and we're going to talk about it in a few minutes. But before that, you actually need to download and install a software called Breach. Well, the process is quite simple actually. You can just Google the software. Let me type down Quixel Breach download here. Okay, I'm gonna open up the first web page here. Now we don't really need to do anything special here. We got a download Breach option. Let's just click on it. And by the way, the software is completely free. You can just easily download it. All right. Now, I've already downloaded the software. Let me just show it to you. Alright, this would be the homepage of the software. Now, in here, you actually have an access to a library containing a vast number of objects with high level of detail. And by the way, all of the objects here are completely scanned, and when you use them in your own views, well, you would actually be amazed by the level of their detail and their quality. And again, they are completely free. Now we got some categories on this side. For example, we have 3D assets or objects here, and they actually have their own subcategories. Then we have, for example, trending objects, which are the most popular objects. And again, there are some subcategories that you can use here. What else we have? For example, 3D plants. As you can see, you have many different and high quality plants that you can use. What else? Surface, for example. As you can see, this tab contains many different textures. By the way, this software could actually work very well for architectural projects. Alright, then we got decals here. This is something that we actually use a lot. For example, for adding an additional layer of detail on the surface of other objects. Like for street here, we've got details such as, well, some lines such as pathing lines, or for example, sidewalks. And basically, as I said, you can add such details on the surface of the objects that you already have in order to increase the detail and quality in your work. And yeah, that is basically it. We have so many other categories that we can use. For example, trees here. We can even create a full forest here if you want to. We can even add imperfections here to our materials. For example, when we are working with a glass material. In such cases, we can use these models. We even have displacements. Here we have different models for displacements that we can easily use. We also got brush, but brush is not used in Max actually. It is mostly used in softwares such as ZBrush for adding details to surfaces again. In Max we have a similar item called Alpha, but it's not really common to use. And we got collection. This is interesting, guys. When you open this up, you'll be presented with some pre-made views, and you actually have a complete access to all of their different segments or all of their details. I mean, for example, let's say you like one of these views. Let me see. Let's go with this one maybe. Now we should have two segments here, assets and render. Unfortunately, this view doesn't have any render. We still got assets though. Now, whatever you can see in this view could actually be found in this part. Let me try another one. Okay, this actually has render as well. Just wait for it. Basically, whatever has been used for creating this building can be found here. And obviously, if you use such objects in your own projects, the quality of your work would extremely be increased. Seems like we only have a single render here. Some of them actually have several. Now, remember guys, this was only a preview. You should actually spend some time checking everything, testing different views that you might need. And this way, you would easily be able to use different assets, different views, different models or categories in the future for your own projects. And by the way, you can even search for the things that you might need. We have 18,000 assets here, as you can see. And now, let's say, for example, we need something like a manhole cover. Yeah, and we don't really know where we can find it, so we can just easily search for it here, as you can see. Now, just wait for the result to pop up. And here we go. Now we have many different manhole covers that we can use. And we also have decals here, see? And yeah, that is basically how we can use this software. Remember guys, account creating here in this software is actually monetary. I mean, in Quixel it's monetary. However, it is still free for Epic Game users. Now the question is how we can get such accounts or how we can become such users in order to use the software completely free. Well, honestly, it's a very simple process. Normally, if I click up here, it would say that you should sign into your account, right? And we should obviously just do that. We should just click on sign in. However, here, instead, I'm going to click on account settings. Now, when I do so, this tab would open, which is not happening if you just click on sign in, by the way. All right, now up here, I'm going to go ahead and copy this and then select a new incognito window and then paste. And again, we haven't signed into any account yet. All right, now as you can see, we have this option here, sign in with Epic Games. Click on it. And then if you already have an account, you can just sign into that account. Otherwise, just click on create account, which I'm going to do right now. Let me try to open up a new tab here as well. One more time. All right. Here you just need to set up the needed information. Then you'll get this confirmation email. And then you can just easily create your Epic Game account. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the process here because it might take a while. However, if you faced any problem while creating your account, you can just search for a solution on YouTube, for example. But again, I don't think the process will be problematic for you. Alright, after all of this, you can sign into your account using your email address and your password. And by the way, immediately after signing in to your account, you'll get this message which says, from now on, you can use the Bridge software completely freely. Let me try to show this to you as well. If I go to Bridge, see it says you're signed in. Alright, let's move on. You are able to connect the Bridge software to 3D Max. I mean, there's this plugin which would automatically create such connection when you open up your Bridge account for the first time. It'll ask you about the software that you want to use. For example, you say 3D Max, and automatically a plugin would be downloaded and installed on your system. However, remember, while you're doing this, your 3D Max software should be closed down. And also, let's say for some reason you have cancelled the process. Well, don't worry. You just click on one of these assets. Then, down here you can find Export Settings. And then up here from Export Target, you can just select the software that you want to use. I mean, for example, it would be something like this. By the way, I have downloaded this before. Alright, again, when you do this, everything will be done completely automatically. Just don't forget to close down your target software, which in our case will be 3D Max. Okay, now, if we go ahead and open up 3D Max, we would see that this Mega Scans has been added to our viewport. Now we can just click on it to open up the plugin, and then afterwards just activate these two options, and yeah, that's it, we're done. By the way, guys, I couldn't install the plugin on the 25th version of the software, and because of the lack of time, I wasn't able to find the reason, so I'm just using the 23rd version. But this isn't a big deal. I mean, this problem might be solved in the future. Alright, guys, everything is ready now. I mean, we have installed the plugin. The bridge software is opened, is already opened. Max is opened as well. And now we can start our work. I mean, we want to download and import one of these assets to Max. Just remember, we got some important points here, so please pay attention. Let's say we want to use this asset. So, select. And then down here, first off, we need to specify the resolution. Now, it doesn't really matter whether you're using a strong or weak system. Always download the 2K version, because this way, the overall resolution of your render would be 2K. I mean, for example, a small object somewhere in your viewport doesn't really have to have a resolution higher than this. Well, unless you want to extremely zoom in on that object, which is not really common in our field of work, in view renders. So again, you should just go with the 2K version, alright? The next step of our work here would be clicking on this option, Download Settings. And when you do this, you would find these two options, Textures and Models. Through Textures, you can specify the maps that you might need. For example, this object here. Does it really need transparency? You might say no. In this case, you can just easily deactivate this option. Now, basically, specifying these maps are optional. The maps that I would usually go with are first albedo, then metalness, after that roughness, maybe, just maybe displacements, then definitely normal, as well as AO, then opacity, brush, and fuzziness, I don't really use. Same goes for these items. And basically, you should just avoid downloading the unnecessary items here. So, I'm going to deactivate these. Now, down here, we have unique maps per LOD when available. Basically, through this option, you would be able to download different maps for different LODs. It doesn't really matter if we activate or deactivate this option, because we would only use a single LOD. By the way, LOD stands for Level of Details. Now, for example, if we go here, you would actually see that we have different LODs. And also, lower numbers in LODs equals more quality. But the thing is, LOD 0 is actually for a very light object. However, what can make an object quite heavy is this option here, High Poly Source. If you activate it and then try downloading the object, the size or the volume of the object would be increased, for example, from 2 megabytes to, 80. So, as you can see, this option is not really convenient to use, and I also don't recommend using it. Let's see what else we have here. We have this default option. If I click on it, all of the LODs would be selected, which I don't really want here. I just need the LOD 0. Alright, the next point that we have here would be regarding displacements. By default, their format is usually set on this. But the thing is, this format is quite heavy as well, so we actually need to change this to something else. For example, JPG alone. By the way, guys, if you are downloading the main structure, the main concept of your view from here, for example, an entire hill, in this case, none of these settings here are really important. More precisely, they are valid for now because we are working on smaller objects. That's why I'm focusing on downloading the light objects here, because we simply don't want to use a lot of RAM for these. Alright, after specifying these settings, we can go back and click on download now. Okay, when we do so, it'll immediately start the download based on the settings that we have specified. As you can see here, just wait for it. Now, I'm going to pause the video till it gets done. Alright, here we go. Now we need to click on export. Let me minimize this so that you would be able to check the process completely. Now, export. Wait for it. Done. As you can see, we got this very high quality model of the manhole cover. And if I want to check the polygons, the number of polygons, I'm going to press 7. As you can see, we got 10K, which is a very small number for this quality, actually. F4. And we can also use Turbo Smooth here. It might be good, actually. Let's see. TU and select. So it's kind of better, actually. Deactivate and activate again. And by the way, VRay displacement mode has already been applied here. In other words, your render would automatically have displacement in it. Now, like me, if you don't want your render to have any displacements, you can remove this. Or we can do something else. We can click on our plugin up here and then deactivate this option. Deactivate import 3D asset with displacement. All right, so far so good. Let's open up material editor again. Where is it? Okay, let's remove this. Now click here, then select the model. And I would get this V-Ray material now. However, it doesn't mean that we can start getting our render. It still needs some modifications. I actually recommend applying some further modifications here. For example, in the view, the saturation of this asset was too high. So what I did was I right-click, Map, General, Color Correction. Then I have set this here, and then reduced its saturation, for example. Or, for example, I can reduce the level of red color in this. Basically, you just need to go through them yourself. For example, in advanced, for sharper objects, I would usually increase the gamma level, for example, 1.2. I do this because I want a little bit of brightness here, because in reality, there's always dirt on such materials. And basically, through increasing the gamma, we can somehow simulate this. Alright guys, this would be the process that you need to take when you want to import models from Megascans to your 3D Max software. And by the way, if you are using the 25th version of the software and this plugin does not work for you, well, the solution is quite simple. I'm gonna open up Bridge again, and then from download settings, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's not here. How about settings? Okay, here we go. This is it. Here, you would be able to specify a path for your library. Right now, I have set this on F, then Bridge Library. So everything that you download here would actually be saved on your system as well. So if I click here, you'd see that I've already got some downloaded items. And now, if I go ahead and open up or enter my F drive here, you'd see all of the items that I have downloaded so far. For example, let's open one. Downloaded 3D. See, there are so many different downloaded models here. And now we can easily import these models into Max manually, like, let me select one, this. By the way, we call this item concrete barrier. Okay, let's see how we can import this concrete barrier. As you can see, we have this FBX LOD file. And now, as I said, we are able to import this object into our software completely manually. However, before that, it is better to specify its maps as well. It is actually a very simple process. So I'm going to select the maps that I might need. I don't really think I might need roughness. Yeah, let's go with these two. Oh, I forgot. I can't import these maps simultaneously in 23rd version. Again, this isn't a case in 24th or 25th version of the software. Okay, I'm going to select this and move it up here. Then I'm going to remove these nodes. Now connect this to diffuse and this one to normal. Then select this, set the gamma and override. And yeah, we're basically done here. We can still add more details though, like we can still work on the reflection. But let's just leave it for now. Instead, back here, I'm going to select and drag the FBX into the viewport and then click on import. And here we go. That's it. As you can see, it doesn't really have a good quality because we haven't set any materials here for it. Let me add a turbo smooth here. A little bit more, like 2, maybe. No, it's too much. Anyway, the quality of this would immediately be increased when we apply the material. See? Now we got this very high quality model of a concrete barrier. So this is how you can import Megascans models without using the Bridge plugin. Let's move on to decal maps now. As I said, you can use decals for overriding a surface by an additional layer. Like, let's say we've got an asphalt on our hands and it needs some more details such as for example, some lines or some manhole covers or even some dirts and basically some more details. Now, instead of creating all of these materials like using Photoshop or creating a blend material or a composite, I would be able to use a collection of decals, which would be the exact thing that's about to do, by the way. Just know that the result would be this, or actually something like this at least. I mean, we got manhole covers here, we got crossing lines, we got details such as dirts. Let me see if they are visible. I guess it's more visible here, yeah. And yeah, that's it. So let's start our work now. Let's create a decal actually. Okay, press Alt and Q here. And then set this view on the asphalt as well. Alright. Press M to open up Material Editor. Then enter the Floor tab here. Now, I think I should have a decal map somewhere around here. Okay, this is a decal. This one, again, is a decal. This is a manhole cover. Yeah, let's go with this one, actually. Now, we have actually discussed how we can create such materials before, so I'm not going to go through it again. So, I'm just going to select it and use Shift to get a copy of it and move it down here. Okay, so this would be the material that we want to work with. Now, for now, let's just go back here from Geometry, then VRay, and I'm going to set a decal here. Okay, as you can see, it's some sort of a box, and by the way, it is important that the dimensions of this box would be consist with the texture, and its height would tell us on which materials we can exactly apply this. I mean, if we had several materials here, it might be applied on all of them. So its height is another important factor, which is called a projection depth, by the way. For example, let's specify it like this to make sure that it'll be applied only on the material that we want to. Alright, now it is time to add a material here. So up here from VRay, I'm going to select VFB. Then I can move this here and hit play. So far so good. Now we can start applying this material on our decal. Okay, let's see. I don't need this one. I'm going to use these maps. So let's just select this and apply it on our decal. Okay, it didn't work. Let's try it again. F3. Now once again, apply. Here we go. Alright, now I'm going to move this out of the way, and as you can see, the manhole cover has been added to our asphalt here. Now, let's try modifying this a bit. Like, we need to modify the dimensions first. Like, for example, let's set the dimensions on 250 by 250. Now, let's check the result. Yeah, this is very nice, actually. To be honest, these Megascan maps are very good. Okay, next up we can work on the opacity. Alright, what I'm going to do here is to apply this opacity map on the mask map. Now, when I click on OK, the frames would be removed and I would be left with this beautiful model of decal. As you can see, the quality is extremely high. Okay, you just need to go through the same process for other decals such as crossing lines, dirts, and basically any kind of decal that you want to apply. And overall, it's a very simple process. Okay, let's start working on the building now. We have 3 segments: curtains, building materials, and glass materials. First, regarding the curtains, there's nothing special going on here. Just download some curtains and then randomly set them on your building. Now, some people would actually use some smooth zigzag lines and then they use extrusion to create something like this and set them behind all of the glasses. You know, I don't really recommend this. I mean, try setting the curtains behind your glasses quite randomly. It's better. You can say it's more realistic. You know what? You can actually find a real building, take a picture of it. I mean, a building similar to what we are actually working on. And then we can basically apply the curtains in our building exactly like that real building. And this method might actually work well, very well for you. Why not? Now, next up, regarding the building material, again, we got nothing that much special. However, there's a point that you need to consider. You should definitely add a layer of dirt. You know what? Let's just do something. Take a quick look outside your window. You would see that all of the buildings have a layer of dirt on them. And by the way, some you might not even see. Now, older buildings have drains on them, and in those buildings, you would actually see these dirts a lot more than new buildings. You can actually use such patterns on your own buildings as well. It is not really logical for new buildings though. But the thing is, no matter how new your building, your view is, you would always get some dirts on it. And this isn't really bad for your render. I mean, no one would actually complain. You know what? No one might even understand or see them. And to be honest, we might even unconsciously look for such patterns in the buildings all the time. Now, if we didn't see them, we're not going to say anything because we don't really know what we are looking for. It's completely unconscious. We might just say it's a little bit unrealistic. And this is why I said adding such details could actually increase the realism in your work. And yeah, that's it. That would be the only thing, the only important point that you need to consider here. Okay, this would be our building material. It is quite simple, by the way. Now, this is white on its own. And then in this part, a layer or a map of dirt has been added to it. Again, to add a little bit of sense of realism to this white color. And then in here, we have a little bit of darker color, or black color as well, which is quite natural. I mean, we should have opposite colors here. I mean, if your view or your background has a dark color to it, you should use a bright color here. And obviously, the exact same thing should be happening in reverse. Now, to put it in the most simple way, there should be a little bit of color difference in between your main view and the edges of your view. And the rest of the settings here are completely optional. You should go through them yourselves using a check render. By the way, an interactive render. Don't forget that. And also, try working based on references because these procedures are physical works. I mean, if you go ahead and take pictures from, let's say, 10 views of a region in a specific time period, you would realize that the dirt would be set on them in a single specific pattern. And you should actually work based on that pattern, not your own taste. By the way, guys, we have bias here, and I've set the Z on 10. Let's see what this means. Well, if I go ahead and move this upwards, our dirt pattern won't be, well, even or monotonic anymore. Instead, it'll be gravitated to a specific course. But it's kind of like in reality, like when the rain, for example, would move the dirt to a place or an area with more gravity. So that's why here, instead of 0, I've set this on 10. And if you go ahead and check the render, you would see that the dirt is kind of moving gradually downwards. You know what? Let's see if this is visible actually. Alt Q. Then VFB. Play. Let me try to organize my view a little bit. Okay. I don't really see anything special here. So let's try something else instead. I'm going to try applying this on the entire thing here. Let's see. Okay. And then maybe remove this map actually. Now, I'm going to go ahead and set this in 0. And then for the color here, I'm going to go with a red color. And I'm going to set this one on white. I mean, basically something opposite as we have discussed before. Now, let's try zooming in a bit to have a close-up view. Then instead of 0, I'm going to set this on 10. Wait for the result. See, the dirts here are kind of moving downwards. And we can even compare, like, we got more dirt up here compared to this part. Alright, basically, this would be how you can set dirt marks on your view in a most realistic way. Alright, then we also got dirt on the reflection map as well. It's just a little bit brighter. It's not something special, really. And by the way, the composition that we got here could actually be applied on all of our views, no matter what kind of material we're actually working with. And also, I highly recommend doing this. Okay, now we can talk about the glass materials, which I guess might be the last concept in this step. Then we can talk about render setups. Okay, let's go back to our work. We got our glass material here. It has 3 layers. First, VRay dirt. more specifically the dirt set in the edges. Secondly, we got this general dirt or stain. I mean, this is something that we would usually see on glasses in real life. And then for our third layer, we have raindrops. This is something that we would usually see on a rainy day on glasses, including the general dirt. Now, although having all three layers could enhance the quality of your work, you're not obligated to use all of them. Like, you can just use this instead of all of these. Alright, now let's start discussing them. Okay, let me just move these down first. I'm gonna work on this first. So select and press C to organize everything. I mean, to set all of the related maps next to each other. I've got this composite layer containing three sublayers. Now, pay attention, guys. The order of these layers is quite important. For example, the VRay dirt layer, which is a procedural layer. I mean, it's a map which you create during your rendering process, and it does not exist beforehand, should always be set in the bottom, and the rest of the layers should be set on top of it. So our first layer, or the lowest layer, would be VRay dirt. The second layer, or the middle layer, would be this one, which is our raindrop layer. Now, I've inverted this layer using color correction. Then I've set it as the second layer and set its mode on screen. Now, the question is, why did I do this? Well, when we are discussing dirt on glasses, we are in fact discussing a bright color. Now, take a look at here. For VRay dirt layer, my unoccluded color is set on black. And for occluded color, I've got this, well, bright gray, you can say. And I've also specified a radius as well. This way, my VRay dirt layer would have some sort of a irregular halo all around it. And I have actually set a map for this radius as well. And this is something that I highly recommend. I mean, always try setting a dirt map for your radiuses when you're using them to create some sort of a irregularity. So again, the map that you would set on your VRay dirt should actually have a bright color to it. Now the thing is, the raindrops that I've got here have a darker color to them, so I need to use inversion. In other words, I need to use a color correction here first, and then use inversion in this stage. And this way the raindrops would get a brighter color instead of a dark one. And now I'm gonna set this one as my second layer. Okay, after setting this layer, we need to change this mode from normal to screen, because this blending mode would only display the brighter marks. So overall, now we got this VRay dirt layer, and on top of it we have a layer of raindrops with bright color. Alright, as our third and last layer, we have this general dirt, which is exactly what I did here. I mean, I have set this as our third layer. However, remember guys, there are specific levels to using each layer, like these percentages. Now, you actually need to test different amounts here to find the best one for your own projects. I mean, just like I did. In other words, do not copy anything under any circumstances. You need to go through the whole process yourselves. Because in different rendering projects, many different aspects could actually play a role. Aspects such as your lighting, your window dimensions, curtains, reflection, and many others. So you should see this composition only as a method or a process, not a final solution. Alright, what else? The levels are set. I've got this diffused node, which has a black color to it, and its level is set on 100%. In other words, I really didn't find it necessary to apply only a part of this color here. However, in my final render, if I felt like I've got like too much bright marks, I can just easily go back here and reduce this from 100% to maybe 80. And now I would get 80% of bright color and 20% of dark or black color here. Oh, and by the way, the black color here actually means some sort of a clearance or clarity. So 0 here would actually mean that this is 100% clean, and on the contrary, 100 means we have no clearance. Okay, now if you take a look at here, we have reflection, refraction, and reflection glassiness. All of these are quite important. Okay, I'm going to move this here and press C to organize all of its maps. Let me do it one more time. Okay. Now, what is going on here? Well, when there is dirt on a glass, we also have less reflection, right? And also, when we have less reflection, or in other words, when there's a low amount of reflection, we also have low amount of refraction. All right, now we got low reflection as well as low refraction, and as a result of these, we also have low glassiness or low reflection glassiness. I mean, we have a sense of blurriness here. Now, everything that we have specified for diffuse should be specified for these three concepts as well. All right, let's see how. I'm not going to use this one for now. I'm going to use this composite maybe. I mean, obviously we have two, right? This one and the other one here. You know what? Why do we even have two composites? Well, because if I want to set dirt on the diffuse, I actually need to have a collection of white maps. However, if I want to reduce all of these three concepts here, I would need a map with a dark color. So, the bright marks, the bright areas in the diffuse map should appear dark in these maps. Okay, now let's go through the process. All right, I'm going to start by selecting this. Again, first layer we have VRay dirt. Second layer we have the inverted raindrop layer. And for the third layer, we have the general dirt. However, I've got two opacities here, as you can see, and I've set them both on 10 because if I've chosen higher numbers, reflection and refraction would have been extremely affected. And by the way, I've actually tested different numbers, many different numbers, to reach this normal amount. So we can get, or we can say that this is a proportion in between the V-Ray dirt layer and the other two. More simply, we can say that V-Ray dirt layer is 10 times stronger than these two layers. But still, it doesn't have a 100% effect on the object. I mean, it doesn't work like diffuse. Alright, after specifying these, as you can see, I've added another color correction and then I've used inversion right before applying this. Now, why didn't I use this one though? I mean, I could have done the same on this, right? Well, simply because of the different proportions that I've got here. Like they are 50, 50, and 100 in this part, and here I've got 10, 10, and 100, and we are still able to change this, by the way. I mean, there are some more advanced nodes that we can use, but they are a little bit complicated, so I'm not gonna get into them. Alright, after getting a result such as this, we can go back to our material now. We got about 100% of reflection and also 100% of refraction, and the glassiness is set on 1. Same goes for reflect glassiness and refract glassiness. And by the way, these parameters are for a completely clean glass. And this one here is completely opposite. And a proportion right in the middle of these two could actually be the exact thing that I want. Now, if I scroll down a bit here, you would see that these concepts have some levels that you can control actually. For example, 100% of reflection, 30% of glassiness, which means that the dirtiest version of this window would only reduces the glassiness by 30%. Now, if you remember, I've mentioned before that you shouldn't go lower than 0.6 for reflect glassiness. And this doesn't allow this to happen actually. I mean, you're not able to go lower than 0.7 here because we have 30% of dirt here and 70% of clearance. So again, we're not possibly able to go lower than 0.7 here. So again, we have 30% here and this one is 50%. And by the way, all of these numbers, again, you should calculate yourselves. And overall, all of these settings, all of these parameters would give me this final render. See, we got all of the details that we have talked about in this session, all of the dirts. For example, if I zoom in, you would see this more closely. And we also have this irregularity because of the radius that we have specified. And then there are these general dirts on our windows and also raindrops. I mean, obviously, you're not able to see them from this distance, but it feels natural. However, if you were to zoom in on this or create a close-up render, you were able to see all of these details, which would be very nice. And yeah, that would be all regarding the glass materials. And now we can move on to our next step. Alright guys, welcome back. In this session, we're gonna work on render setups, some more additional settings, and basically at the end, saving our renders. And then in our next session, which I guess would be our last one, we're gonna work on night renders. Alright, so let's start our work. I'm gonna open up render setups. Now here, as you know, we have two modes of VRay, VRay CPU and VRay GPU. Let's discuss VRay CPU first. We got resolution here. As we have discussed before, we should set this on 1080 by 1350. And also for full HD renders, we should go with 1920 by 1080. And for vertical full HD, we should go with 1080 by 1920, which isn't really common. Even for the most vertical renders, we would usually go with this. Okay, and now the rest of the items here aren't really important, so let's move on to these main tabs. So far, we have discussed some items here, such as displacements. So now we're mostly gonna focus on this part. Choosing progressive or bucket and what kind of settings we need here. Now, I actually recommend going with progressive all the time, because you'll get a general view on your render during your rendering process. However, if you go with bucket, you won't get such view until the render is 100% done. And by the way, progressive works the best for average to strong kind of systems. Right, now regarding progressive, we have some further sub-items and options, and we're about to talk about the most useful ones here. For example, we got min and max subdivs. I've set these on 1 and 100. Then for max render time, I have 0. You can actually set a number other than 0 here if you want your render to have a time range. And for noise threshold, I guess 0.01 will do. Alright, let's discuss these items a bit further. First off, min and max subdivs, do not change these. Just by default set them on 1 and 100. To put this in a more simple way now, min and max subdivs say that your render quality could vary from 1 all the way to 100, or starts from 1 and goes all the way to 100. Now, something could actually stop your render in the middle of this range, which would be the noise threshold. And as I said, I'm going to set the noise threshold on 0.01. Right, now the process would be like this. As I said, it starts from 1 and it goes all the way up to, like, say, 16. At this point, it realizes that you actually have 0.01 of noise in your view. Right then and there, your render would be stopped. Now, for example, if we change the noise threshold to 0.05, let's say, and as a result, this might change as well. Instead of 16, we might have 23. And if we set our noise threshold on something like 0.001, this number might be increased as well. So we can somehow say that this number would actually specify a stopping point, right? Now, by the way, guys, if you're working on your final render, I actually recommend setting this on 0.001. You know what? Not even final. For any kind of render, set this on 0.001. Like, for example, let's say you are getting a render for about 5 minutes, right? Now, it won't be logical, actually, to change this number only for that 5 minutes. You should instead change this. For a check render, I can go with 5 minutes, and for a final render, I can go with 40, for example. Or we can just go with 0 here if we didn't want any time limits. This way, it goes on and on until it reaches a point with 0.001 of noise. It might go on for 4 minutes, 40 minutes, or even 40 hours. Who knows? It depends on the complexity of your view. So now, basically, you can specify these items in your own projects based on what you need. Alright, we got some camera settings here. We're not going to talk about them again. We have discussed them before. Now, for GI, people would usually say that it's better to set it on irradiance map. This is actually a mistake. Always go with brute force or light catch. Otherwise, you won't have accurate calculations. You won't be able to use light mix. And you know what? Just forget that you actually have an option called irradiance map. And also, guys, do not change any of these sub-items here because they won't really affect your work, not your speed, not your quality. And to be honest, they have been optimized or set quite well. I've seen some people that would set this on, 3000, for example. This isn't really necessary. Again, the default values and parameters would work pretty well. Alright, regarding the settings tab, I don't think we have anything special here. Yeah. And I guess that would be all, actually. everything that we might have needed for VRay settings. Now let's start talking about VRay GPU. First off, we got some familiar options here, such as, well, time limits, or like noise level, or sampler. Basically, the items are quite the same, and you should just try working on these two. The rest of the items are okay on their own. I mean, the default values will do. Now, in preferences, we got some settings, and we can discuss these three, I guess. For example, we have raise per pixel, which says when we are moving on in a render. Let me try to demonstrate here as well. I mean, for example, during a check render or a progressive render, this raise per pixel item would be set on 1. In other words, each pixel would have a single particular ray, and as a result, the render would passes through or actually moves forward quite more rapidly. And this would simply mean that we can create or we can move towards creating our final render with more pace. However, the view or our render would actually have a lot of noise to it because the pixels don't have a lot of rays to them. Now, in a normal render mode, I mean, without clicking on that play button, each pixel, as you can see, has 16 rays to it. And because of this, it might take more time than before. I mean, as you can see, again, each pixel would have 16 rays, and this would make our process to move forward quite more slowly. And obviously, we would get less noises now. So again, we would have less speed compared to before, and also we'll get less noises in our view. And again, this setup is for a normal render, and this one is for IPR render, or when we hit play. And remember, you don't really need to change anything. I just wanted you to know what these items are. Now, regarding the rest, well, override depth might become handy. To elaborate, our materials would usually have reflection, and the reflection itself would usually have a depth to it. Now, this depth is actually another factor that could have an impact on our rendering process's speed. Alright, let me find a material here in Material Editor for our example. Maybe this. Now, we should actually have a depth here somewhere. Here we go, max depth. It is set on 8, as you can see. This means that the ray here is actually allowed to go back and forth 8 times. And by the way, the same is happening for refract. Now, in my opinion, 3 or at the very most 4 will be enough. And if you go higher, your rendering process will take more time, and you might not even feel any differences. I mean, this difference is not that detectable when you set this on 4, 5, or 8. However, let's say you've imported a model and its depth is set on 32, for example. Well, not only here you would detect the differences, but also this could actually mess up your render. I mean, for example, you might suddenly get a lot of noise in a part of your render. Now you should spend a lot of time looking for problems, then solutions. Now, one thing that you can do is activating over depth and then set it on 4. Now, regardless of the material settings, the depth would be set on 4. Alright, moving on. Textures. Okay, this is actually important. Now, first of all, you would be able to specify the exact resolution that you want to use for your textures. And if you remember, I said that if you're using Megascans models, go with 2K. However, sometimes we might not even have 2K. Like, we might only have 8K. I mean, for example, the maps that you would download from Mastering CGI. Now, you would be able to modify them, but it'll take a lot of time. And by the way, guys, such maps would actually take a lot of space from your RAM. For example, a 2K map might just be 2 megabytes, but an 8K one might be like 20. Now, if you take a look at here, you'll actually have an option that you can use. Through this option, instead of using a full-size texture, you can use a resized one, like for example 2048 for all of the textures, and all of them would be 2Ks. Now, obviously, before starting the rendering process, the resolution of all the textures would be reduced, and this way your RAM would actually be engaged a lot less than before. This item is very important for the users who don't have a strong system. Now, we also have another option here, on-demand map mapped. This item would automatically resize the textures based on their distance from the camera. Also, we got compressed here. which adds compression to a texture instead of reducing the resolution. We can say that it reduces the quality, exactly like what happens when we save a file with JPG format. To be honest, I don't really recommend this, because this would only affect the more visible maps, not the invisible ones such as reflect or displacements. And on the other hand, it all reduces the quality. So if your system is a strong one, just go with full size. Otherwise, select resize here and specify a number for it. Or you can just go with the third option here to do everything automatically. Alright, then here you'll have several different formats that you can select, that you can choose. I mean, for example, right now it is set on 8 bits. And if I change this to float, for example, it'll work based on the depths that each texture has. But again, you can just go with 8 bits here. Now we got 8 points here, or more like a problem actually. Strong displacement maps should have suffixes like EXR or TIF. I mean, this way they would be able to work with 32 bits. Now, I'm going to try to explain this without any visual aids because it might be a little bit complicated and time consuming. And to be honest, it's not really that important. Now, what do we mean when we say, for example, an 8-bit image? Well, it means that there's a 2 to the power of 8 formula for all the RGB factors, I mean for red, green, and blue. Then we need to multiply everything together. By the way, 2 to the power of 8 equals 256. In other words, in an 8-bit image, we have 256 for red, 256 for green, and 256 for blue. And now if we multiply everything together here, we would get 16 million. So we have 16 million of color resolution or color display in an 8-bit image. However, in a black and white 8-bit image, we don't have RGB anymore. I mean, obviously, we just have black and white. And because we don't have other colors here, we only have a single channel. And this single channel also has the same formula. I mean, 2 to the power of 8 or 256. So as a result, this is important. Pay attention, please. If you apply a displacement map on an object and then create your render with 8-bit being selected, it automatically wants to add a lot of ups and downs to your object. Now, there are some specific steps to all of these ups and downs. I mean, more specifically, there are a specific resolution to them. Now, if your displacement map had a JPG format to it, or if it was set on 8-bit, your final displacement would only contain 256 pixels. And because this number is actually a very low number, you would see some steps throughout your final model. So we can get that if you're using a material that doesn't have any specific ups and downs, I mean, exactly like what we have used here for our sidewalk. And by the way, if you remember in our mega scan session, I said that only download JPG format, not EXR. Because for a small area like this, 256 will do. However, if you are working on a map for a natural hill, for example, with lots of ups and downs, then if you use a JPG format for your displacement map, you'll detect some slices, you can say, or some steps throughout your final model, exactly like what we would create in Revit for topography maps. Now, to prevent this, you have to use EXR format, which are usually 16 bits or 32 bits. This way, your black and white single channel color range would be leveled up by several million levels. And as a result, you'll get a very smooth displacement. So, again, for a small displacement, you should just go with 8-bit. However, for large displacements with bright materials, you should be using EXR format, or you can actually just set this on float. Now, if I got a 32-bit displacement in my render, I should definitely set this on float, otherwise it won't work. I mean, if I set this on 8-bit, first off, all of the EXR formats would be converted into JPGs, and then it'll create the render, which would ruin my work. However, for lighter projects such as some simple architectural projects that are using some simple and lighter materials, you can just set this on 8-bit. But what's the difference here? Well, let's say we have imported a pre-made model such as this car. Then you'd realize that the odometer of the car actually contains a 32-bit map. Now, we don't even see this, so why should we even use it? I mean, why should we use a 32-bit map when it's not visible at all? This would only increases the noise in my render, and also it'll drastically uses my RAM. So I'm just gonna set this on 8, and this way I would make sure that no 32-bit map would be imported here. Alright, now we got this option here, use system memory for textures. Using this option, instead of our graphic card or GPU, the maps that we would use would only have an impact on our system, more specifically the memory of our system or computer. Now, let's say you're using your graphic card and for some reason you don't activate this option, and also your graphic card, your GPU is not a strong one. Like, let's say, for example, you're using RTX 3050 with VRAM being 4 gigs. And because of this, you can't really complete your rendering process because the entire capacity of your VRAM would be used almost immediately. Now, if you activate this option, the textures would only affect your system memory, not your VRAM. So using this option, you can work on heavier views with weaker systems. Okay, this was another important option or item that we got here. Let's see what else we can talk about. All right, down here we have the engine. We can specify the engine, Coda or RTX. RTX would only use as your GPU. Then Coda would also use as GPU, but it also uses the CPU as well. And for the rest of the items, we don't really need to discuss anything. Just leave them on their own. Just, well, regarding these items here, if you didn't activate anything, it'll automatically uses everything, but if you activate one or two of them, it'll only uses the activated items. Okay, then we have settings. I don't think we have anything to talk about here as well, and we talked about render elements before. Alright, basically these were some general points regarding GPU and CPU in render setup. Alright guys, let's move on to our next concept, which might be how we can save our renders. Now I'm going to start by discussing an item here called color management. This one, it is very important. By the way guys, in 25th version of 3D Max, color management is different. I mean, instead of gamma and workflow, we have, let me show it to you, this OCIO 3ds Max default. And again, in previous versions, it was set on gamma workflow. And the difference would obviously be regarding the colors. I mean, you might not even be used to what you would see in this version. Now we have a couple of ways to go with here. Like, we can stay on this mode, we can try to work with it, and try create a render and save them at the end. Or we can set this back on gamma workflow that we are more familiar with. Now the first way might be a little bit problematic. Like, let's say we're sticking with this mode. Now we have created and saved a render. Now we want to open up that render in a version of Max prior to 2025. But the problem is, those versions won't actually support this mode. So just set this on gamma workflow. Nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and explain both modes here. And I'll start with this mode first. Okay, my render is actually ready here. I've set it on 1 minute, yeah. Now let's apply some random modifications here and then activate the noiser as well and also sharpen. And this would be the result. Now as you can see, the contrast is a little bit different. I mean, it's higher compared to the render that we had before. More precisely this one. Anyway, let's try saving the render that we got right now. The thing is, if I try saving this right now, it won't be saved exactly like what I'm seeing here. It would be different. Now, to make this right, we have display correction up here. Let's select it. Then down here, set the display device on sRGB. After that, view transform on tune mapped. See? Now it is different. Alright, after you're done going through all of these settings, you need to click on Save an Image to make sure that all of these settings and setups are saved in your image as well. And then if we try saving the final render here, for example, I'm going to select JPG here. And then I need to activate color conversion and set it on no conversion. Why? Because, well, everything has been done here. I don't need any more conversions. And now let's just click on save. And we're done. Okay. this is the render that we've just saved, and as you can see, there's no difference here. Well, it's better to say there's no huge difference here. I mean, these aren't 100% alike. Like, this is actually a 32-bit image, and this one is a JPG format 8-bit. I mean, there's actually different depths here, but a normal viewer might not even see or, well, understand such differences. And yeah, that would be the first method that I said I don't really recommend using. Let's talk about Gamma workflow. So from rendering, select color management here. Oh, and by the way, guys, normally you might not even have this option here. I mean, you need to open up properties from files. Then you would find color management up here as a tab. In the previous versions, though, this was Gamma LUT. And when you click on it, it says color management settings have been moved to another place. And when you click here, you would still enter its tab. However, you don't need to do this every time. You can just find it in rendering here. Now, before we select Gamma Workflow, here we got Global Defaults and also Display and Views. Now, this is set on Automatic. We can deactivate it. Then set this on sRGB. And for View Transform, we can go with Untuned Mapped, just like before. And when we do this, it'll immediately change. Let me show it to you. See? By default, the view would be displayed like this. I don't need to use Untuned Map anymore. And again, we're still on this mode, which I said I don't recommend. Okay, now we can just easily change up our mode to Gamma Workflow. Now, this mode changing process might actually take some time to be done completely. Okay, here we go. It's done. Now let's see what's the difference. If I go ahead and try saving the render again, VRay VFB. All right, take a look at here. In display correction, I would only have sRG and save. And there's nothing else going on here. I can click on this now, and our render would be saved. And we won't be having any differences compared to the render that we had before. Now for saving this, let me specify name first. Then again, we don't need to do anything else here. Just click on save. I forgot to specify the type, actually. Alright, now if I go ahead and open this up, as you can see, these two are exactly the same. I mean, don't get me wrong, though. There's always that small difference that we have discussed before. I mean, talking about 32-bit and 8-bit. But basically, this is how you can work with different modes of color correction for saving your renders. Alright guys, the last thing that we need to discuss in this session would be regarding these layers. I mean, we have mentioned these before a little bit, but we're going to talk about them from the beginning. We can click on this plus and use these items. Then we have hue saturation, which by default should be set on 0. And maybe we would be able to reduce this a little bit as well. It might be good. And it depends on you, basically. Just remember, you should reduce it for a little bit. Then we talked about exposure before. You can control it like this. We also discussed highlight burn. And as I said before, for this, you shouldn't go lower than 0.6 or 0.7. And as I said, I don't really use this. I mean, usually I just set it on 0 unless I have to. And you would also be able to use contrast here as well, but for some of the renders, because of the sunlight beams, you would actually get a low contrast. In such cases, some people would increase the contrast. However, in my opinion, you can even reduce it a bit more. I mean, sure, it might reduce the color quality. However, you would get a more realistic view. Okay, moving on. Next up, we have Filmic Tune Map. This is actually a necessity. It's a very good item. I recommend using this a lot. Then in here, just work on this number, this item. For the rest of them, you don't really need to do anything. Then we have lens effect. It's a very important item. I mean, normally you might not even understand its effect, but if you emit it from your work, it would seem like something is missing. Let me try to show this to you. Right now it is activated. And now without lens effect. See, so there's this huge difference. We also have some points and items that we can discuss, for example, opacity or size and intensity. Size controls the dimensions, basically, and intensity, well, controls the intensity. I mean, you can reduce or increase the intensity. I've set it on 6, which is counted actually as a high intensity here. I mean, when we got an interaction in between the sunlight and the bright objects, we need some sort of a shininess, right? Okay, now another important item that we got here would be threshold. Yeah. Basically, through this, you can specify which objects you exactly want to shine and actually how much to shine. Now, by default, this should be set on 1. And you know what? Let's actually see what kind of shininess we would get here. I'm going to increase the intensity. Also increase the size. Still more. And here we go. We have some shiny objects here. However, I want more. I want more shiny areas. To do that, I'm going to reduce the threshold to 0.8. Now, to put it in a simple way, the shiny areas would become even shinier, and the bright areas would simply start shining. And if I, for example, put this on 0.1, my view will, well, explodes. See? I mean, we simply have too much shine now. And if I set this on 0, all the pixels would start to shine. Now, the range that I would recommend for this would be somewhere in between 0.7 to 1. But again, this is optional. I mean, it depends completely on you and your own project. Then if everything else were okay, you can reduce the size. Then for intensity, you can go with, I usually go with 3, 4, or 5 or something like this. And you would basically be ready for your final render. Oh, and another thing, I've actually added lens dust here as well. This would actually prevent your shine to become monotonic. I mean, if I deactivate this, you would easily see this evenness in the shining. Alright, and if I activate it again, something like this would happen. Let's check it again. Alright. In other words, the light would be distributed in the air quite randomly. So just try using this for more quality. Yeah. Next up, we have sharp and blur. Well, I guess it is quite obvious what this item does for us. I mean, you can use it for adding sharpness or blurriness to your views. I mean, we have both of them right over here. We can, for example, close one and make it blurry. All right. Or we can, for example, sharpen the view, which is going to be something like this. This item is a necessity actually if you want to publish your renders on a platform such as Instagram. And if you want to do it right, you can, for example, set this on 0 first and start increasing it little by little like this. You know, when you sharpen your render, it kind of feels like your resolution is being increased. And the thing is, when you deactivate this item, it might feel like the quality of your render is being reduced. Let me try to demonstrate here. Here we go. See? Basically, using this item, your render would become more eye-catching. Then we have the noise here. We talked about this before, and we actually used this before. Well, just know that sometimes a little bit of noise might be good. In such cases, you can reduce the opacity a little bit. Now, as you can see, we have we'll get some noises in our render, and this could actually help you understand what kind of textures, for example, you have in your flat areas. But again, if you didn't want any noises, you can just increase this all the way to the point that you actually want. And yeah, that would basically be it for the noise. And you are completely familiar with light mix, I'm sure. But still, we're going to talk about this further when we are discussing night renders. Alright everyone, we are done. See you guys in the next session. Alright guys, welcome back. Let us discuss night renders. We're going to talk about lighting, camera, and materials. First off, regarding camera, you should know that you actually need more exposure because the lighting is low and your camera should actually catch as much light as possible. Then also you need a vignette to add these dark edges all around the frame. And as for material, we're going to go through some, well, you can say rainy day kind of material here for this render. Okay, so this would be a preview. Let's start our work now. First off, camera. So as I said, we need a night render, so I'm going to select a night camera. Now select camera, and the rest is quite easy. Press Shift and C, and enter the modifier segment. Now we're going to start our modifications by working on shutter speed first. I'm going to set it on 100. We have talked about this before. I mean, the daylight camera was set on 200 if you remember. But for the night camera, I'm going to go with 100. because here we actually need more stretching in the objects. This stretching is something that most people won't actually consider. For example, the stretching that they would add won't be good enough. Just know that the stretching in the night view should be more than the stretching in the day view. Another point or another problem that I've actually seen a lot would be for these kinds of objects, for example, for cars, as you can see. And by the way, we have talked about this point before. For the wheels of the cars, they should actually have two movements in them, like a stretching and a rotation. But the point that I want to mention here would be regarding this backlight. As you can see, it's stretched out even more than the car's length. You know what? Let me tell you this. If the car speed was this much high that we would only be able to see a trace of light like this, well, we weren't able to see the car in the first place. So if we are able to see the car, the light should not be stretched out more than the length of it. Now, why do we even have this kind of stretching here? Well, it's because how shutter speed works. I mean, it opens up, stays open for a short period of time, and then gets closed down again. Now, let's say, for example, this period of time is something like 0.002 seconds. And because of this short time, this car would only be allowed to move forward for maybe 1 millimeter. And as a result, the car won't be stretched out at all. And this is something that usually happens in day, not night. Because in the night, you won't even have enough time to catch any light, so you'll get this black picture. So as a result, we can get that in a night view, we actually need a larger time period. For example, 1/20th or 1/50th of a second. Now the question is, in such time period, how much a car could actually move forward with a speed of, let's say, for example, 70 kilometers per hour? Well, whatever the answer is would actually equals your stretching. All right, now another question. When a render has a shutter speed with a time period of 1/50th of a second or 1/20th of the second, or you know what, even 1 second. Now, how much a car could possibly move in a single second? How about half a second? Well, the thing is, in such time periods, your stretching won't be more than this. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that this type of stretching in the light would actually mean that the time period that we have for shutter speed here is set on something like 4 seconds. And in such case, the whole view would become bright, as a day. So we can simply say that this is a natural. This is an effect that people would usually add to their renders to make everything more appealing, but to be honest, it's not really realistic. So pay attention to these standard points. Okay, as I said, we're going to set this on 100. Now for the exposure in a day, if you remember, we had 13.5. Here I'm going to set it on 10. Then again, another thing that we didn't have in day was vignette. Here we're going to add it. Or even if you had vignette in the day view, it was a very small one. And in here, just go with 1 actually. Then select neutral for the white balance and we're done. These are all of the things that you would have need for setting your camera night. Alright, the next step would be the lighting. Let's move on. Okay, first off, we have a material called parallax, as you can see in the image. This material is being used a lot. It is quite common, but I don't really like it. Well, maybe for the buildings with a lot of rooms, it might be good, but for smaller buildings, no, in my opinion, it doesn't work. Now, let's talk about this material because, it has become a common one, but otherwise, it doesn't really need to be discussed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and click on play. Let me just set this view here. Now, we got a plane here, right? And now, if I start moving through this, you would see that this map actually has a depth. Now, what does it do? As I said, let's say we have a building with a lot of windows, and we don't have enough time, or we don't really want to work on the details for each window separately and one by one. In this case, we can use this material. Let's assume that this actually is part of a building, and it doesn't really matter what kind of angle we want to use for our render, we would get a specific depth. However, the problem that I have here is the low quality that such materials have. And also, we don't have a large variety of them. However, it doesn't hurt to try them in your own projects if you want to. Now, such materials are actually categorized as Evermotion Materials Volume 4. I mean, you can just Google parallax. Evermotion Material Pack 4. Yeah, something like this, actually. And after that, you'll be presented with different websites or different web pages, and then you can just go ahead and download what you want. Alright, anyway, let me try to display this in a view as well. I'm going to select this with a control, and then click on play again. Here we go. It would be something like this. And again, me personally, I don't really like this. Again, you can set these materials behind all of the windows in a building. But I didn't do this because, well, I said I didn't like it. And I just used it as an example in my lobby. Now, how we can create these? I'm going to press M and open up Material Editor. Wait for it. Okay, up here, enter Facade tab. Then I'm going to select this material here. As you can see, we got both day and night. And it doesn't really matter which one we use here. Okay, let's walk through this. First off, we got this VRay MTL. And this is a bitmap. And the most important one would be this one. So right-click, Map VRay, then select OSL. I mean, here it says VRay OSL text. So let's select it, OSL text. Now, we should give this map an OSL manually. And by the way, it is a shader file. So I'm going to select this and then click on this shader file. Let me try to find the file that I want. Okay. Let's see what we got here. We got two covers. We don't really need to use these. Then basically these are the categories here. For example, we got scripts here. Now Evermotion. Then select this. And here we go. Double click. Now all of the required features of this, or actually I'm sorry, for this map are now added here. For example, dimensions of the window, or like the depth, and basically some other features and characteristics. Now, I'm going to connect this to input text, then connect this to diffuse, and then also self-illumination. This way we would have some automatic lightings as well. Alright, after creating such structure here, let me do a quick reset. After creating such structure here, it doesn't really matter what plane we are using, it will have an OSL feature. Like, I'm going to set this plane here. Now, Alt and Q, P and Z. And now we can apply this to our plane. But before that, actually, let me give you a render here as well so that you would see everything better. Okay. Now, let us apply our material. And as you can see, we would immediately have this 3D map. And by the way, the depth of our view would actually changes when we do a zoom in or zoom out. This isn't that bad, but there are some bugs. I mean, as you can see, some of the objects aren't really high quality ones. And we can always change the depth actually. For example, room depth. I'm going to increase it. Okay, it didn't work. Let me see. What is the problem here? Oh, I got it. I guess. For example, let's go with 2 here. Yeah, now it works. For example, 5.5. And also, other parameters could be controlled here as well. For example, the width or the height. We can also set up curtains here. I mean, it doesn't work here, but for some other maps, it works pretty well. And basically stuff like that you can go through yourself to find or get the best result. Okay, now again, reset. I think this was set on 1, 1, 0. And yeah, that was it. Basically, this is how you can use OSL maps. Okay, let's talk about lighting. Now, first off, the concept of lighting is not a fixed one. I mean, it could vary in different projects. However, we can still talk about some points. For example, In a view, we would usually use linear lights. Now, I have prepared this sample for you to take a look at, to become familiar with them. And let's see how they work or what we can do with them. I'm going to select one. And also, I'm going to use a check render here as well. Play. Okay, let's move this here. And here we go. Right, how we can create a linear light. Honestly, it's a very simple concept. We just need to make our lights directional. For example, if I go here, you would see the direction is 0.95. Now, normally though, this would be set on 0, and the light would only be distributed around these areas. And if we want our light to move through the building like this, we should increase this number. Just don't set it on 1, because the light would disappear. So that's why I'm going to set this on 0.95, and as a result, I would have these, well, you can say clean linear lights. And I also recommend using a warm color for the lights because night renders would usually have a cold environment, and a warm color could create a beautiful contrast. And this could increase the quality of your render, and also it could make it more attractive. And as you can see, that's why I'm using a warm light here. By the way, if you set your directional here on 0, you would have an intensity, but when you increase it, the intensity would be increased accordingly, because when you set this on 0, your light would simply be scattered. But for example, when you go with, well, 0.95 for example, your light would mostly be set on, for example, this part. And as a result, you might get too much brightness here. So in fact here, I should set the multiplier on something less than when this was set on 0. Okay, now let's work on the random interior lights. Now, something that I have seen a lot would be, well, using a sphere VRay light. For example, something like this. People would tend to set such lights right in the middle of the building like this. But the thing is, this is wrong actually, because the lighting distribution is not really good. So you should either avoid setting the interior lights or just pay attention to the place that you want to use for setting them. For example, enter the front view first, find the ceiling, and then set up the light like this. Then you can reduce the size, by reducing the radius, move it downwards a bit, and that's it. This is basically how you can set your interior lights correctly. And then based on the location and the size or the radius, you can increase the intensity as well. For example, you can set this on 120 or 250. Or we can even increase the temperature like 4500 again. See? Like this. Okay, now let's say I don't want one of these rooms to have any lighting. Well, again, I'm going to work with the front view here. I need to do a right click and set a box here like this, and I need the box to have a depth as well. There we go. Now I can move this box inside the building. Then I can press P and take a look at the box from an interior view. Okay, it doesn't work here because the FOV is turned off. So let's just stop this for now. And then turn on the FOV here. And now let's try this again. Now we got our interior view here. Alright, now here I can select this box, do a right click, and then convert it into an edit poly. And then I'm gonna press 1 and use these vertices to somehow add more thickness. Now let's play this again. And yeah, here we go. This is exactly what I wanted. You just need to add a white material to this to represent some sort of a wall. See, so you can just easily create a highly realistic view in a modeling environment. Oh, and there's a point regarding the curtains. You should always use two-sided curtains. This way you would have shades in both sides, which unfortunately is not happening here. Let's see what we should do about it. Okay, first off, let me stop this again. Right, then I'm gonna select this curtain. It is a group. Let's open it up. Now select again. Yeah, now it is selected correctly. Then next up, I need to open up Material Editor real quick. Then I need to open up a new view here. Then we can pick the material. Now to do this, we can either use this item, but if we want to do it or select everything entirely, we can use get from selected. However, here I just want to select the curtain. Okay, this is it. We got this material here, and it is connected and applied on some objects, but I want this material to be two-sided. I want the light to move past through it. Now, to do this, I'm going to select this line and move it outwards, or even we can set it here. And, well, the intensity is actually good. Now, well, let's hit play. Okay. What I can do here is to turn off auto exposure here in order to reduce the light. So from VRay, I'm gonna turn this off and then again play. Here we go. Seems like we need to increase the light. Let me see. For example, 1000. Okay. Again, we can't see anything on this side. Now, material, VRay, then two-sided MTL. Here, select. Now I need to apply this on the front material. And then apply this to the main material. See, just like this, the light would actually pass through this. Without doing anything else. Again, behind and front. So if I set this light again, let me go to the front view. If I set it here, and then move it inwards as well. And also, I think I need to increase the intensity. For example, 4000 maybe. Then I don't need this wall for now. So let's remove it. And then we can set this curtain back. Now let's take another look. See, now we got light in both sides, and this is quite interesting. And if we go ahead and set something like this for all the floors, all the levels, it could give us a very nice model. In a view like this, we won't be seeing the floor, but we'll get this idea that we actually have a light here set in the ceiling with a standard intensity, and there's a cover or curtain in front of it. And by the way, in some parts of the curtain, the light has not passed through completely, which is very interesting and realistic and also professional. Now, you know what? Let's assume that you're actually one of the residents of this building. Now, in a situation like this, in a building with residents in it, usually the lights in all of the rooms are always turned on. Well, sometimes maybe the lights in some of the rooms will be off, but mostly all of them are turned on. So what you can do is to turn them on as well, but you can change up their temperature or their intensity, or we can change up their distance from the windows. Or just to add more complexity to the building, we can just turn all the lights in an entire unit off. This is actually quite more realistic, and this is quite more natural, I guess. Okay, I guess we have nothing else to talk about regarding lighting. We can move on. Let's work on this lamppost. First off, we have several segments here. We can use only one of them or all of them. And obviously, I've set all of them here so that you won't actually mess up on anything. Now, I need a bright effect here, so I've added this interior light.
this doesn't affect the whole coruscation process. I mean, that duty would be the job of this light that I've set down here. And I also have these two exterior lights only for these two bushes. Not the rest, just these two, because there's a darker material to these two bushes. So to add a bit of brightness to them, I've added these two lights with a standard amount of, you can say, intensity. I mean, only to have more beautiful effects. If I check the render here, you would see all of these concepts, I mean, firsthand. See, there's this interior light, and the whole coruscation, I mean, the main coruscation would be because of the lights that we got here, and then these two exterior lights for these two bushes. You know, at first glance, you might think that all of the brightness that we have in this very view is because of the single light that we can see. However, this light would only add, for example, some highlights, some effects to my view. It's only for appearance. It's simply not that strong, you can say. That's why I've used these exterior lights. But the thing is, we just have a very good consistency in the location of the auxiliary lights with this one that you can see. That's it. Alright, let me do a quick recheck. This would be our interior light again. Now this one, this light, I think it has a directional parameter. Yeah, if I set it on selected, yeah, it actually has directional. I mean, it is not set on 0. There's actually a limit of brightness to this. And I have purposely added these darker effects all around it. And another point, these lights are actually V-Ray plane lights with targets. I mean, if we go ahead and just do this, I mean, create a V-Ray plane light, you would see that you can actually specify a target for them. See? You can actually specify a direction for it as well. Okay, now I have selected this. We have another option called exclude, but I have converted this into include here actually. Now if I select this, here it says create scatter to. Okay, so select, and in here we can go with exclude or include, and then we can set its illumination for create scatter to. And we can select the box and then set it here. As I said, we can either add illumination or shadow casting or even both. But here I've just gone with illumination. Why didn't I selected shadow cast here? Well, because we had shadows, we didn't need any extra ones. I mean, I just needed a cover lighting here. Okay, now if we check the render again, I would see light 7 and also 6 and other instance lights somehow have same targets. Let's see if we can see this. Let me see. We need this one. Okay. Now light mix. Deactivate all of the lightings. Now let's try the second light. No. Maybe these two. Yeah, in here the target is the bushes. See? Okay, now we need 6 and 7 here. I'm going to click on all instead and deactivate 6 and 7. As you can see, the bushes now are completely dark right now. But when we turn them on again, they would be brightened up. And still, it is completely realistic. I mean, because we don't have too much brightness here. Like this, for example. And that's why we went with the first scale, actually, which is very good. Okay. Basically, this would be how you can specify your lighting for a lamppost. Alright, now we can discuss some other extra lightings in a view and also combining them in a light mix and then using them in a render. First off, for the cars, it is quite simple. I've created this lighting. Let me press Alt and Q. And now I'm going to open up the group. Again, we have some V-Ray lights here. I've added a little bit of directional parameter. And its light would directly be set on the ground in front of the car. See? Here. And also, I've included the asphalt to this whole lighting as well. Why? Well, when I was checking different scenarios, different sides of this whole lighting process, I mean for the cars here, And then when I checked the lights here separately, I found out that this light would actually add an intense amount of noise to my building. I mean, the lights were bouncing somehow. That's why I included asphalt here as well in order to prevent such bouncing. I mean, I actually have included both asphalt and decals here, which are the cross lines here. And yeah, that is basically it. Just know that I have set this inside this group so that the light would actually move with the car. Otherwise, if we didn't do this in the render, if the car would have moved forward, this bottom part of the car would have been brightened up because the lights were fixed, and also we wouldn't have this, you can say, linear effect. But because I have attached everything in a single group, now the light would move with the car, and everything seems quite more realistic now. All right, now let's talk about the dome lighting as well as combining different lights in light mix. First off, regarding domes, I've actually added colors to their lights. Now, dome lights here actually have an HDRI. I mean, if I open up material editor here, view 5, and I'm going to try to give you a preview on the dome lighting here. There we go. All right, I'm going to drag and set this HDRI here. Okay, there's actually something interesting going on here. We're going to talk about it in a few minutes. Now remember, the whole structure here has been started with only this, then these other parts have been added to it. Okay, let me open up a HDRI image here. Okay. And now, if you take a look at here, the mapping type is set on spherical. And I don't think we have any other thing here to do. Just set this for the dome light. And yeah, now we can discuss rendering. During the rendering process for this, I wanted to add a bluish effect to everything. Again, I wanted this bluish color. We could have gone with any other color like white here. And I also wanted this blue color to appear in the dome lights as well. I mean, I didn't want it to use light mix every time. Now, first of all, this would be how you can add such color. And by the way, you can't just set this color on your map. You can do something like this in light mix. So I'm going to select my lights here, or the dome lights here, and then specify this bluish color for it. Now, how we can add this to our view, or how we can add this as a feature to our whole lighting process? Well, to do so, we can use this item toScene. I think we have talked about this before. Am I right? You know what? It doesn't matter. When we click on it, all of the numbers here would be converted into 1, and all of the colors would be converted into white. And as a result, all of the features would be added to the lights. But still, how exactly this blue color would actually affect our map? Well, to answer this, let me go back here. Now, as you can see, it all uses this VRay context, and then on multiply mode, it'll add this blue color to our map, and then it'll add everything up and make it so that this map would actually catches some of the background lights of this one. So we can get that from now on. Instead of using color correction, if you wanted to add cold or warm colors to a map, or any other color code, you can just go ahead and specify the color first here, and then you can add it to your map, and it would be quite easy to do so. And basically, this would be one of the things that you can do using light mix. Okay, now let's discuss how we can combine the intensities in lights. Okay, here's what I do actually. I usually set all of the lights with any kind of intensity that I want, then create my render, and then turn them all off. And after that, I would turn them on one by one. And again, this is a technique that I would usually use. So for example, I'm going to turn this one on, and if it was okay for my view, I'm going to move on to the next. For example, let's say this was only white and I have added this blue color to it. Okay, off. Let's go to the next one. Basically, as I said, I'm going to go through all of the lights here and check them one by one. All right, next one. This one is for the street, I guess. Oh, and as you can see, I have a lot of intensity here, even higher than this part. Let me turn everything on again. As you can see, I need a lot more light in this part. In other words, a lot more intensity. Because if I let me increase the intensity here. For example, let's set it on 3. Right, the thing is, if I do this, my main structure won't be as visible as it was before. I mean, these details here are quite nice. However, my main structure is more important for me compared to any other detail. So I'm going to set this on 1 and reduce the intensity here so that my main structure would be the center of attention. Alright, so basically this would be the method that I would usually use. Let me see what we have here. For example, as you can see, there's no bounce in the car lights because we have included the asphalt. Alright, then I don't know what these are exactly. And we have also these interior lights. And these are some view lights. We can even increase these, I guess, a bit. Okay, I've got no environmental lights, then self-illumination. It's for these parallaxes and the car lights. And I don't have rest either. Alright, as I said, let's actually increase these view lights. First, I'm gonna go ahead and reduce this one a bit. I mean, like it's getting darker. Then also I can reduce, for example, let me find it. This light here as well. For example, 0.5. And then for the view lights, instead of 1, I'm going to go with 3. And now, actually, my main structure would even appear better. And because of the rain, we actually have this reflection here as well, which is very nice. Okay, now remember, these lights here were actually all instants, and such lights would actually work as a single light. That's why this light here is not an instant one actually, so that we would be able to work with it separately. Now, I don't really remember which light was it here exactly. Basically, after finding it, you can do whatever you want. And yeah, that's it actually. This is basically my final setup that I would usually go with if I want to work on a night render or night light render. Alright, now we can start talking about the material. Okay, the material setup that we need here is actually a very simple one. Now, as I mentioned before, we have some sort of a rainy day here, and you actually need to have a perception on the environment here. For example, here, let's assume that it has just stopped raining. I mean, for like since an hour ago. I mean, as a result, we don't have any clouds anymore, but the ground is still wet. And not even completely wet. Like, you might just see some, well, you can say puddles or some wet spots. Okay? Or again, you can just assume that everything is completely wet. I mean, basically, what I'm trying to say here is that all of these assumptions should be made before you start working on your materials. Right, now let's take a look at here. These would be my floor materials. I mean, I'm obviously inside the floor tab here. For example, we got an asphalt, we got sidewalks, then the decals, a layer of concrete here, and basically some other maps. Now, I have copied all of these materials here, and now I can use these as my wet materials and these ones as my dry materials. And I can separately use them in day or night renders. Right, now there are some little points regarding the asphalt map, so let's just leave it for now. The rest of them. As I said, for example, here we have both dry and wet materials. For the dry one, I have actually added the stain map as well, but I don't have this stain mark in my wet material or wet map because it's not, well, very logical. And another difference would be this glassiness. This is 0.7 and this one is 0.9. Now, reflection wise, this would be set on the map 20% by 20%, and this one would be 100%. That's it. And that's why we have more reflection here. And basically, the same goes for all of the other maps here. Some small and simple differences. Like here, the roughness is different. Now, some people might have problems with roughness and glassiness. It's quite simple, to be honest. Well, basically, you can choose whichever you want down here. And the only thing that you should know is that they are opposites, actually. For example, for glassiness, we have 1 and 0, and we have the same in roughness, but as I said, they are completely opposites. Now, the thing is, some texture production companies might just work with roughness instead of glassiness. I mean, for example, exactly like what I have here. Let me find it. Here, reflection roughness. Now, what I could have done here was I could have moved this backwards a bit, then specify a color correction map, then I could have used inversion and set it in the middle of this. And just like this would be inverted. Then I could have set this for reflection glassiness. But again, here we don't really need to do any of this. We can just easily set this here. And by the way, if you couldn't find what you wanted here, you can just drag this up and set it here. And as a result, it'll automatically be connected. All right, let me set this back on 1. And yeah, that's it. As I said, you can basically create, this is how you can basically create your wet materials. We just have some points regarding the wet asphalts. Now, the thing is, such maps would actually contain some puddles that could be filled up with water more than others. Okay, so let's see how we can create the puddles here. It's quite simple again. I'm using this mastering CGI map here. Let me try to show this to you. Okay, anyway, I'm using mastering CGI. Just know that. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this mastering CGI map for creating my puddle or for my holes in the asphalt. Well, let's see how. First off, if we didn't even have this, well, nothing special would happen here, really. The asphalt would still get wet. But when we add this here, these are kind of extra. These would become kind of extra. We should set this directly to our map. Let me try to connect this to here. As I said, I don't really need this. Let's just assume that we don't have it. You know what? Let's just remove it. Why not? All right. Now, as you can see, the glassiness here is set on 1, and the reflect has been increased as well. And overall, this map has been added. Now, normally we should have this color directly connected to diffuse, but instead I've created this composite map and got 2 outputs of this map here. One is directly connected to reflection, and I set the reflection on white, and I set this one for it as well. And I also need just 50% of this map. Now, the areas with this type of map are completely white, talking about like these areas here. And in the darker or black areas, well, the reflection should be set on 0, I guess. But instead, I went with 50%. So I have 50% black and 50% white here. So in such areas, we can say that instead of black color, we have some sort of a gray color. And in other words, we have 100% of reflection here, and in this part, we have 50%. Alright, now let's see what I have done exactly for diffuse. As always, I've used this color correction, then inversion, then I have created this composite, and then on multiply, I have set this on top of this layer here. And then I have only used 30% of this. Now, what is exactly happening here is that in the black areas, the asphalt would actually have the marks by only 30%. And you can see this here as well. You can again check this like a before and after effect. With marks, without the marks. Now, I did this because where we have puddles, we actually have more depths to the asphalts, and the light cannot enter such spaces quite easily. And also, generally speaking, when we have a wet area or a wet mark somewhere, we also have darker colors. And basically, this is what I have done here. I've created these darker marks. And in those areas, I actually added 100% of reflection as well. Then I have connected this to reflection glassiness. Now, if we check this here, the reflection glassiness is set on 1. Now, I have somehow done the same thing here as well. However, instead of 1, I've set this on 20. In other words, where we have the white colors in this map, reflection glassiness is set on 100%. I mean, we obviously have water here, see? But for other areas, we actually have a dark color such as black, which means zero glassiness. But because we're assuming a rainy day, I went with 20% here. And now that's why for those areas, in those areas with white color, the glassiness is set on 1. And for the dark parts or the black parts, the glassiness would be 0.8. So again, 20% of dark color and 80% of white color. And basically, I have used such parameters to create a model of asphalt with some puddles, and then we have some water in those puddles as well. And that would be it for creating a model for wet asphalt. Alright guys, we have nothing else to discuss here. We are done with our workshop. Hope you have enjoyed everything and see you all next time.